Did I do it? Did I do it this time? Hi everyone, how are you all doing? Let me go ahead and enable this guy here. So, yeah, 5 minutes, lovely. Hi Zero, welcome. Hi Miku fan and Rodrigo, welcome to stream. And YouTube and Twitch, and Didi. Welcome. Iris does not love bananas. I shall not recognize that name. Welcome, Petey, Double R, and Rodrigo from the other side as well. And Lusk, and Jack, right? And Devil R. Welcome to you all. Hi. What did I do? I started the stream 3 minutes early from 1, so the ads would run. And then, so it was 6 minutes in total, right? I did math. And then it did, so 6 minutes. Start 3 minutes early, 3 minutes after. That way we start at 1:03. It seemed to work. Which is lovely. I'll start doing that from now on. And it feels like I feel like I'm not looking at you. Give me 1 second. It's always something, isn't it? Well, yeah. I just hold on. Maybe this can be fixed. Let's see. Hold on. Nope. It is an internal problem. Give me 1 second. I did the math. I did indeed. Be right back. We're all good now. Let me go ahead and update that timer. What is it? It's the starting soon timer, I believe. Let me just go ahead and move it to, I'd say 2 minutes left of that speaking time. Does that work? Or no, hold on. It needs to be what timer? Oh, this one. Aha, there we are. It's working. Well, welcome, and I'm starting to believe I am. It's a slow process, I can tell you that. But I hope you're all doing well. I did indeed take quite a long nap once the stream was over. You know, I'm going to call it a nap, despite the fact I woke up at like 10 p.m. And now it's flashing. We can't have nice things around here. You know, I try, but you know, just ignore the 3 minute one. You'll have to figure that out some other time. I'm telling you, it's always that one thing. In this case, it's 2, but we have about a minute. You can see it. I believe in all of you. But how have you been? If I didn't see you yesterday, and it's okay, we understand. I don't understand. Oh boy, this screen ain't big enough for 2 timers. Oh boy, you know, I say one other thing, but like one last thing I'm just remembering. I forgot to turn on the fan. It's gonna get hot in here. 1 more second. Oh boy. So the 40 seconds is up. But you found out you have college work due tomorrow? Lusk, what have you been up to? That's terrible. It's one thing I learned from college. Never do anything last minute. I learned my lesson the hard way. In school, I was able to get away with doing it last minute, but then I got to college and it changed the whole gameplay. It changed the whole feel, the game feel. But let's go ahead and get into things. Oh boy, I can't even imagine. Not one bit. Oh boy. Let's see. Alrighty. Today is gonna be very filled with many things. We are gonna talk about the Pixelart of the day, talk about resources, and then I'm thinking object-wise, we're gonna do bookshelves, seats, and tables. That feels like it could be fun. And yeah, you will very much need luck. Oh boy, and you were giving yourself some rest? Rest, but at what cost? But rest is important, it is. And it's not that bad. I'm glad. I'm glad it's at least not that bad. And then we'll look over the community reviews, which I will remember. I don't have the card on here, but I will remember. Saying that though, let's go ahead and start off with Pixelart of the day. I can go ahead and grab this screen over here, move it over to this screen, and let's see. Where are we at? Oh, I have to put this guy open. Here we are. Pixelart of the day is a section I like to do at the beginning of stream, and oh, hold on. The text does work, right? Okay. I got worried for a second. I don't think we were on peer refresh yesterday. Okay, where was I? Pixelart of the day is a section I like to do at the beginning of these Pixelart study streams to get everyone's mind in the game of studying and learning. And hi, Ajigal. Welcome back to streaming. Welcome to lurking. Well, the idea is that to get better at something, you have to not only do it, but you have to see it. Observation is I don't think many people think observation is a really important skill when it comes to learning. Learning or art in general. So if you want to make games, it's important to play a lot of games. If you want to make art, it's important to look at a lot of art. A lot of the art in museums, not too cool, but the nice part is today in this modern age, we have technology. So you can go to a place like Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, Blue Sky, any of those places, and find art that you like. In this case, I decided to look at this art, which is made by CT3 Fat. I was trying to pronounce this one and gave up halfway. Morisoa. But we'll just go with C3 Fat. There we go. That's who they are, and they made this lovely pixel art piece here. So we're gonna spend the next 5 minutes looking over it, talking about some of these things here to get our minds going in the mode of learning. And we understand that you understand that we understand that you understand that we... Brain explosion. Exactly, Zero. Now you got the picture. Saying that, let me go ahead and save this guy here, and then, oh, you saw nothing. From there, let me go ahead and turn the timer on. Now what timer is... Oh. Hey, is it working? Is it gonna flash? Are you gonna do the thing? It seems to be doing fine, so we'll take that 5 minutes. So to start off, what do you think? It is a very blocky silhouette, kind of looks room-like. Interesting one. Blocky S-I-L-H-O-U-E-T-T-E. Why would you say it has a blocky silhouette? Let's zoom in a little bit on this piece. I can say a lot of the outlines are very dark. If I'm looking at this, I think it's interesting, and I noticed this when I was looking at it earlier. I glanced at it. I don't like trying to take it apart initially, but it's interesting how they have the bed piece here, right? Look like it's either going up or maybe it's folded, but that is interesting. That was interesting, I noted, but overall, I'd say warm colors, right? I usually like to start with just looking at the colors and trying to figure out the color palette. It definitely feels room-like. It feels cozy. That's the feel I get. Warm colors, cozy. Let's see, lots of yellows and blues. I'm saying, yeah, yellow, blues, and a little bit of green. Just a hint of green are the things I'm saying. You have some spotted bits of green, but overall very warm because of that yellow. Then you kind of have some dark colors here for the planks, the outline, and the stovetop. So overall, I think the colors work very well together with the yellow and blue. I believe the orange is the contrasty color, but overall, yeah, yellow and blue. Looking at this, it seems like everything is outlined, which is interesting. We can say blocky silhouette, maybe because everything is outlined. Possibly, right? For example, here we have the bottles. I'm guessing bottles, perhaps, or maybe jars. They're outlined. The flowers are outlined. The cake is outlined. It also feels very cartoony. I could say that as well. Cartoony because of the proportions. P-R-O-P-O-R-T-O, I believe. Proportionments. I'd say very cartoony. Like if you're looking at the cake, for example, the shoes look pretty proportionate. A little cactus there. And the shapes are mostly simple, which helps with the coziness. Interesting. Everything's outlined. Feels cozy. Cozy, C-O-Z-Y, due to simple shapes. I can see the simple shapes, yeah. Shapes. Shapes. I can see like a circle, lots of blocks. Yeah, there we go, blocky. We have rectangles. That's it too, yeah. So blocky silhouette, maybe because everything is outlined. Lots of simple shapes. Let's do circle and rectangle. I believe that is how it sounds. I can see that though, yeah. Tons of rectangles. That gives it that blocky feel. And soft rectangle vibes. Yeah, you can see around here and welcome. I feel like I haven't read that name before. Flagel Crawl. I'm sure I was very close, you can tell me. But welcome, and yeah, soft rectangles. You can see the edges of the rectangles aren't sharp. That's a really good note. It's giving off that warm, cozy, soft feel. We'll say soft feel due to lack of edges. E-D-G-S, edges. The rectangles are round. I think that's a really good point, yeah. I'm looking at this guy here. It's sharp at the top, right? But at the bottom. But at the top, it's round. Even the latter bits here are round. And it gives it that round feel. I can definitely feel that. Let's see, anything else we can note? I'd say maybe the lighting is something to take into account. You can see here, down here, there's a bit of lighting on the seat. I think that's supposed to imply there's some sort of window here. And if the light is coming in from here, which makes sense that this window wouldn't have the light coming in from here, I could say overall, yeah, look at this too. There's a bit of lighting coming from the doorstep because of the light. And off topic, but a book in the kitchen, I'm guessing a recipe book. They have those. A recipe book in the kitchen is very important, especially if you don't know what to cook. Let me go ahead and put on here subtle lighting. Lighting near windows and door. I'm guessing that's what it is though. You can kind of see up here, I'm guessing it's like a chalkboard for today's menu of things. That's my guess if I had to assume anything. I really like the flowers, I really like the plants. I would say something else of note is the highlights. I'll go ahead and put them on here. Highlights of objects. And what I mean by this is there's a little bit of a highlight here for the object transitioning. This highlight here, we have a bit of a highlight here. All of these highlights that are in the area. I think overall there's just little subtle highlights that add a bit of, or add a cartoony feel as well, just that pop. It's not so much realistic as it feels cute. I feel like that does add to the cuteness. You can see highlights all up here for the edges. There's no highlight here, which is interesting, maybe the material. But there's a highlight up here, not one on here, and there's some around the edges of the block. So I think that is interesting. Anything else we can note was of one last thing. I think it's a little silly. I don't know what this is, but some things feel tilted, which is, I wonder why. If I could ask, I would. I'll say that as well. Some things are tilted, and I'll go ahead and put on here bed and picture frame, P-I-C-T-R-E frame. I'm not sure why, but interesting. And anything else I can note? Not much dithering. Oh, you know what I didn't notice as well? These circles in the wood to make it look like log circles. That's a cute detail. That's sweet. Anything else? I don't believe so. Just off of a 5-minute glance, a 5-minute look around. Oh, and you can see in the background, some people do this and I like doing it as well. I haven't done it much, but the different colored bricks in the background, that's adorable too. And I think that gives it a very smooth, soft feeling as well. And hi Blitz, welcome back to stream. So I'll also put that in. Background, oh, not only the wall, but also the floor too. Look, the green, blue, reds. That's interesting. So I'll go ahead and put on here bricks and wood. Some soft colors, some soft off colors. There we are. That is an interesting thing to note as well. I think overall, that's a good 5 minutes to get the old think tank going. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. And now we can go ahead and talk about references for a very brief second. So let me go ahead and go to hold on. Lots of screens up here at the moment, but it's a work in progress. Alrighty, I believe it's this screen. Is it possibly? Yep, here we are. And what you can do is go to, and actually, let me just copy this. There you go. irasezzer.com, and I'll post it on YouTube and Twitch. There you go. And on here, I have tons of references, tons of links. So if you're wanting to get started on Pixelart but don't know where to start, I tried to collect as many things as I could together. For example, if we click here, you can see getting started with Pixelart, and it'll bring you to a blog post where I go over different websites, different links. I now also have a video version of this post here, so if you're more of a video person, that's there. And also off topic, but the amount of diversity in plants is very respectable. Hold on, let me take a look. The cacti, yeah, there's a lot of cute little plants. I can see it. Yeah, a lot of cacti. There's about 3 of them, but they all do different things. It's very pretty. I've had to get better at drawing plants. I do indeed. I go over here, plants for both PC, mobile. I go over different programs, articles, books, and websites, and just videos and overall things that you can do to get started. So if you're looking to get started there, that is the best place I can offer. Today's topic will be, and hold on, my mind, objects. I can go ahead and type in here object. It should work with object. I don't know if it is. That needs to be fixed. But let's try furniture maybe? Fern not gonna work? Hold on, let me go to here very quickly and see if I can fix it. Maybe the website isn't enabled yet, or the post should be posting. If we go to here very quickly for blog, does it do the thing? It does. Interesting. Okay. Well, that'll have to be fixed. Furniture objects. Interesting. I did put those tags there. Technical difficulties, but that's a-okay. What you can do in the meantime until I figure it out, and hi Rudy. Welcome back to the stream. What you can do in the meantime is click blog up here, and it should bring you to the object sprite study. You can see previous studies I've done in the past. So if I go ahead and click this guy here, you'll find the current stream that is doing the thing you can see. I have a playlist on here. I have websites and resources. So let's go over this very quickly. I try to, every time we do these studies, gather resources of those things. And you forgot that there was a stream yesterday? No worries. And you simply didn't type hard enough. Maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you in the slightest. Because people learn things differently, I have on here videos of time lapses or just instructions, tutorials on furniture, objects, things I tried to find. If you're more of a reader, we also have on here some just articles that I tried to find as well. Cylinderdon. I'm telling you, one of these days I will say it right, and no worries, really. You can see on here he goes into different things, talking about objects and interior, things of that nature. So if you're more of that type of person, that's there for you as well. Next up on here now, I've been saying this wrong this entire time and I did not know it. It is not called the Sprite resource, it is called the Spriters resource. It is a wonderful website, especially if you're trying to learn in Pixelart. It is you can think of it as like a database of sorts for Pixelart games. People come and they look at Pixelart games, so you can see 3DS, Game Boy, different games. Now, they're not all Pixelart, but just games in general. They take the assets of games and put them up here. This website is supposed to be getting a wonderful update, and I'm very excited for it. It'll be lovely. You can see here, if I click this guy, there are a list of games, Pixelart games, and these games all have objects. And the nice thing is, with this website, is that you can find a game, maybe, for example, Stardew Valley. You can scroll down here, you can see dogs, and maybe the study was animals, and we have on here the ostrich. What you can do is click download the sheet, then you can bring it into your Pixelart program of choice, and you'll be able to see the image one-to-one. For example, when we were looking at the Pixelart of the day, you couldn't count how large the Pixelart was. So if you were trying to make Pixelart similar to that Pixelart, it would be very hard to understand, hard to follow. But if I click the button, download sheet, and I drag it into Aseprite really quickly, I should be able to drag it into here. Don't worry, you only had the author of the site in here. Telling you, I read sprites for the longest time. Oh, wrong. I don't know why it did that button. Very odd. I clicked B and it decided to bring you to that screen. But if I zoom in here, you can see everything is one-to-one. So you're able to now tell indefinitely this ostrich is 32 by 32, which makes it really nice when you're trying to understand and trying to learn from things you can see and things you can try to learn about. We go back into here. Oh boy, I'm still so surprised at that. The fact, you know, I'm saying it wrong for so long. Oh boy, there's two people. And hi, Cat Sound Keyboard. Welcome back to stream. And hi, hope everyone's having a great day. Thank you. And I hope you're having a lovely day too. I hope your day's been lovely. X3. We can go back into here. Those are those games if you're looking for references in terms of games and objects. And hi, Quill. Welcome back to stream as well. And this slogan. Welcome. Hey, there goes my skill of counting pixels. I'm sure you'll have many in the future. This is just supposed to make it just a smidge easier. Now, another website people know about is itch.io, especially if you're a game dev. People update their games, they upload games on here. My game's currently uploaded on here. What people do usually, game devs, is they download asset packs of different, either 3D or pixel art, and I don't think people do this, but I at least haven't heard, and this is so awesome immediately. Oh, did I say hi to you, Blitz? I feel like yeah, you did say hello earlier. Hi. And this is so awesome immediately. I do appreciate it. Welcome as well, Cursal. Welcome in. And game devs will download these packs and put them in their games, but I don't think many game devs or just artists in general think to themselves to actually download these packs and use them as study. So you could also use them as study like you would for the Spiders resource. So it's another just resource you can do. If you find someone you like on here that does things and stuff, it is lovely. And if you're on YouTube, you may have noticed, I believe it's this one here. Nope, it's not this one, but this is a lovely pack. I gave some examples of packs. It should be one of these. Is it this one? It's this one. This is a lovely, very lovely pixel pack, and I'll be able to show you in a bigger version, but just, you're able to download this and see the one-to-one, which is just, I think it's really nice. So what we can go ahead and do is, before I forget, lots of things to say, lots of things to speak about. If you would like to partake in the study and you'd like your art to be looked at the end of the stream, what you can do is, if you go back to the website, you should see at the very top here a Discord link, or the very bottom a Discord link, and it'll bring you into the Discord. And if we go back into this guy really quickly, and hello again. Hello, Explore Rudy. Welcome. Let me go ahead and put on here, this guy. And you should see the Discord. And in our Discord, this is the welcome page here. You can see Gus just joined earlier today. You can go down here to objects and furnitures. Now, this is the overall pixel art study with me area. You can see these are previous pixel art studies done in the past. But if you'd like to participate along in this study, there is an option for objects and furniture. That's the guy at the very top, and it'll bring you to this guy here. So I have links to the stream, the study resource, and palettes if you're not sure what palettes to use. And you can go ahead and post your art in here, and at the end of the stream, we'll take a look at the art. So if you want to get involved, there is that there for you as well. And saying that, let me go ahead and bring you into our planning. Oh, we are in planning. Lovely. And you have to wait half a month? Huh? I'm confused on that one. Just a smidge. Saying that, our first objective is possibly a bookshelf. And let me go ahead and back into draw here, and I should be able to transition you. Does it work? It does. Transition. Alrighty. Let me go ahead and subtract this guy, or move this guy up here. Move some guys. There we are. Let me go ahead and go back to this guy here. Let's see. Some things here and there.
Popline is now following.
Is that Popline? Hold on. It is Popline. Interesting. Welcome to stream. I thought lions were called cubs. So it's interesting to hear the Popline.
Takashioma is now following.
Takashioma. Yes. Tell me how close I got. But welcome to you as well. And
Dis_Logan is now following.
welcome to you as well. Dis_Logan. Hi. And thank you all for the follows. Oh boy, I wanted to take a look at some of the art in games from different games that I was talking about before, the ones I linked in. To change your name? One or two? Huh? Oh. Nope, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And Weebasaurus Rex, welcome to stream, and thanks for the teaching lessons. These are more study sessions, I can say that. It's I'm learning and you're learning, and we both have no clue what we're doing. And some great names, indeed. Saying that, let me make sure that guy is there. Yep, okay. we are all good to go. Let me get some lemonade and then we'll get started with things. We seem to be making good time. It's about 30 minutes for the introduction, so we're all good to go. One is the best by 4. Ooh, object. Hi, Neuro. Welcome to stream. Let me get lemonade. Okay, we're all good to go. Now, before we actually go over these guys, there was one thing I wanted to talk about. I didn't think it was too important, but then I realized as I was gathering all of these references, it is a little bit important. So let me go ahead and bring you to Pura for just a quick second. Now, I can say this, I'm currently working on a cafe game, and it's supposed to be a very gothic cafe game. You can see here, this was the first idea of the area, and I've been trying to get better at just objects in general. So this was the first try at it. You can see some crates with tables, and this is the current iteration of the game, and a lot of just placeholders. That's the word I'm looking for. Placeholder for objects. So this is why I'm doing today's study, and bye-bye, you have to study. No worries, Rudy. Thanks for stopping by for just even a quick second. So I want to try studying the tables, the chairs, the bookshelves, so we can put them in the game. Not these objects themselves, but just these. Let me rephrase it. The objects we make today won't be put into the game. I just want to learn about these objects so I can learn to draw them better, so I can make a version to put them in the game. There we are. Hence the seats, the tables, and the bookshelves and placeholders. Yep, that's what these guys are currently. It's supposed to be a lecture hall, so this is supposed to be lecture desk that you stand behind. Now, the thing I wanted to bring importance to was perspective. And it's that thing again, most people know about top-down, probably this one, but then you have side-scroller, top, isometric, 45 diametric, and oblique. And these examples are taken from this book, Pixelart. It's a great book. If I could recommend getting one thing, it's $10. The free sample version already has, it has this image in it already, but just, if you're looking for things to learn, this book is really good. It also has this image that we'll talk about later. But I wanted to take into note these guys here, because if you're trying to make a game, you need to know what style you're going for, what perspective. So this is where the thing of, you don't have to know a lot about art to do pixel art, but perspective is sometimes important. You just have to know about it, I think. It doesn't have to be too accurate. But if you're trying to go for something that's more like a beat 'em up game, side scrollers are probably better than a top down, or this isometric guy. If we go back to this guy here, what would you say the style is for this one? It's not a game asset, but what would the style be of this guy? Let me go ahead and copy this here, just to question it. Just a quick pop quiz. What would you say it is? I'll give you a second while I get some water. And books. Ew, my Gen Z brain cannot stand those things. Books are lovely. I don't know what you're talking about. Absolutely incredible knowledge. I appreciate it. And isometric, my favorite. I do love a good isometric. And right, top down. Yep, top down, because you can see the top and you can see the side. So this would be a top down piece. Yep, indeed. Alrighty, and 2/3 of your brain cells speak top down. Yep, top down. Alrighty. How about let's do this guy here. What would you call this one here? And I say this only because I think it is important in the sense of, once you can understand what perspective it is, if you're going for a certain game, so say you're trying to make a game like Stardew Valley or Undertales are always examples I use. But if there's a certain game you like and you want to make it in that style, it's important to know perspective. So this guy here, following these guys, what would be your guess? Yeah, isometric would be it, because you can kind of see the corners. It's that corner edge, exactly, 100%. I think you've got the picture. Usually, people will either do side scroller, top down, or isometric. These are the three that people usually use. Top, oblique, and 45 degrees diametric aren't the ones that are usually used. So I'd say you don't have to worry about that. When it comes to, and let me see if I can also, there was an image I found earlier. Let me find it again. Pixel art perspective. Let's see, it was one by Brandon James Greer for his video. Found it, lovely. And I envy you. And your first game was top down, top down. What does that mean? That's an interesting one. And oblique, isn't it? I'll have to see. The book goes into details and gives examples on the different game types, but I didn't have time to put the examples up there, but I'll have to see which one is oblique, what games fall into oblique. And you don't know of any games that use diametric or oblique? Yeah, there are games out there. I couldn't tell you. but they do exist. I wanted to bring to this example. This is all top down, right? But look how much you can see of the block as the perspective's changing. So there's genres in genres. There's the thing of, right, this is top down,
Igor
but this is
subscribed
top
on
down
YouTube.
too. And Igor, thank you for the subscription on YouTube, and welcome to the stream. So it's that thing of wanting, you should know, or at least when you're trying to learn, trying to do these things, knowing what you can do, I think, is really important. So if you're saying, all right, I want to draw a chair, what style of chair do you want to do? Do you want to do flat chair, so a side scroller chair where you can just see the side? Do you want to do a top down chair where you can see some of the edges? It's that thing. And actually, let me take an image of this as well. I think it'll be fun to just label things as we go through some of the different games. So let me go ahead and do file, save as. Let me save this in my downloads and I'll bring it up on the screen so we can all have a good look at it. And those who want to endure making 45 degrees diametric, I question it. I do. I have to wonder who decided this was a great idea. But it's that thing of, it gives it a different style, and I think that's great. It's just that idea of, there's so many different ways to do art, and I feel like the more I learn about pixel art, the more I realize that as well. It's that thing of, there's so many ways you can do pixel art that it really is its own genre. And Nabila Ferris? I see, you just don't do that. Crime is not a thing here, all right? And retro isometric always confused you since pressing up buttons didn't make the character move up, but go top right instead. Retro isometric, so the corner guy pressing up button didn't make the character move up, but go top right instead. Left, right. So they move diagonally, do you mean? If I'm trying to guess this. Well, this is the art of Terraria, and knowing our knowledge about perspectives, what would you guess the perspective is on these guys? These are some of the tables from the games, and just this art style, I can say, is interesting, wouldn't you say? And then the left button would make you go top left, that's what I'm guessing. And right, learning the different styles of pixel art has been pretty fun and interesting, right? I definitely think so, it's always fun. And one more thing I think, I keep saying it, but I'm realizing as we're going through this, it's also good and important to notice. But these guys, yep, side scroller, you can only see the front of them. So if you're making a game where you can only see the side, Terraria might be a good game to look at. You can see only the side of these tables, only the side of these seats. One thing I wanted to point out, and again, I say many things, but just also from the book, let me bring you back into this guy for a quick second. And I said we would talk about these guys, we would. The outlines, I think it's also important to note about the outlines, so let me go ahead and save this image as well so I can put it on screen. So let me go ahead and export, yep, selected image. But usually there's about 5 different types of outlines. You have no outline all the way to black inside and outside. And I think it'll also be important to note these guys as we're looking through all of these. But of these, what would you say your favorite is? If you had to look at these outline guys, you can see they all give a different feel, right? And even just that part about pixel art can change everything. I'd say usually my favorite tends to be either shaded outline or colored. What I usually see is no outlines more realistic, black inside or black contour, just the black outlines in general are more cartoony. So if you're going for a more cartoony feel, that's what you should go for. And colored or shaded is your fave so far. Yeah, these guys, the ones that have a color, but also an outline. And why is side scroller called side scroller when the screen also scrolls the other side? It's probably just traditional, conventional, but still. I'd have to think about that. And you feel top down's just a perfect silver lining between adding details. Yep, that's why a lot of games are top down. That's exactly the reason. Top down adds for that just amount of details. So most games are top down and depends on style, but you like both shaded outline and black. Interesting. And you like colored because it sometimes helps with representing the shading. Yep, you can see here, colored and shaded color. So that definitely does play a part, indeed. Okay, I believe that's the last thing. The last prerequisite. Now we can go back into this guy. And it is about 136 right now, so probably about we'll try to spend like 15, not too many on here. Again, I don't want to do too much on here. Definitely do want to get into the drawing, but I think, again, observation skills, you don't have to. And I think a lot of people think in order to get better at art, you have to draw every single day and have to put hours and hours a day into drawing. Sometimes just looking at art for a few minutes a day can help you get better without actually doing art. So I think this part is as important as drawing. And the book has all of that. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, this book is really good, very good. And top down means you don't have to program gravity. That is true. Yeah, for jumping and everything. Very, yeah, 100%. If we're looking at these guys, these would be a colored outline, right? It's all one color. So Terraria seems to have more of a colored style. You can see for the bones, it's a sort of bony color for this flesh table, but all one color of an outline, which is interesting. I feel like that's usually the go-to. You can see here a little bit, this guy is shaded, which is interesting. It doesn't follow the go-to style of most of these guys, but this guy it adds a little bit of flavor, I think, to add a little color that's different. You can see here, this is, oh, if it'll let me. We have this guy, which is, oh, these guys are double, but this guy is different than this guy, which is, I just think it's interesting to note. But if we're looking at these tables and seats, I'm just trying to take it as I'm looking at it. I'm trying to look at the outlines, look at the colors. I'd say Terraria in general has a very, I would describe it maybe as muddy, a muddy sort of palette in their colors, a lot of dark. It feels like you would come into a swamp. That's the feel I get. It feels like swamp colors. That's the best way I can describe it. And for big boy art, you'd be shaded, but for smaller ones, probably colored. Interesting. Smaller colored, big boy shaded. Big boy. Oh, that's silly. And Octopath Traveler 2 has a combination of black outlines, colored, and shaded outlines for the character. Ooh, I have looked at Octopath Traveler before. Not too much Octopath Traveler 2. I'll have to look at that again, but I definitely know they have colored, the more on the shaded colored outlines. Alrighty, so that's Terraria. Let's take a look at Stardew Valley. This guy is, oh, down here. I tried to grab all the ones that had the bookshelves and the chairs. So this is a scene here in the kitchen area of the game. So we're looking at this guy. What will we have to guess? If we're just looking at this table here, I would say, again, probably just the colored outline, right? There's no shading. It's just one color typically, right? And the goat... I'm telling you, these games, it's fun. It's very fun. It's like a thing of, you know what? I will consume as much pixel art as I can. If I'm not drawing pixel art, I can at least look at it by playing a pixel art game. This seems to be just single colored outlines. I'm looking at these guys, but you can see on this table here, two colors, right? There's one for the top, one for the bottom to show the differences. I think it's just interesting the way you can show it. There's a bit on the top. You really want to draw bookshelves now? Oh, we're gonna get to the bookshelves. Not sure how it's gonna go, but we are. Don't you worry. I'm excited too. I haven't tried drawing a bookshelf yet. I'm excited. Just the tiling on the wood, just one color it seems to be. But you can see inside here, I'm guessing maybe the lighting's coming from this direction because you can see there's a dark color here, right? And there's a dark color here, but there's a light color here and a light color here. That's making me think maybe the sunlight rays are coming from this direction, if I had to guess. You can also see, right, there's light colors here, but dark colors here. That's things I just try to know as I'm looking at the different art. Next up, let's see, we have Undertale. No, Undertale was a lovely thing. You can see different art style, right? If you had to, I don't know, what would you call the outlines for these guys? Take a wild guess. And this house, this is the house of Jody. I believe it's Jody's. Yeah, this is from the Mart, not the Jojo Mart. The his name starts with a P, I believe. I'm not good at names, you could tell. And hello, you're Mr. Bug. Welcome, welcome. And your brain is just growing, noticing stuff. See? Big brain. It's the thing again of don't have to draw, just have to look. Just take it all in. And I think as well, the more you do it, the more you can remember as you're drawing things. But this would be a black outline. And it would also be the very last one, so the black inside. Because you can see, right, the inside of this guy here. This guy is black. So it's black outside and black inside for the outline. So Undertale, I do feel like is on the more cartoony side when they're drawing. They're also not that many, what's the word I'm looking for? Not too shaded, right? Undertale art so clean and simple. Yeah, isn't it? Pierre, that's his name. Thank you for that one. And high five. This is the thing of just looking. You have here our table, right? And very simple drawers, very simple colors. It's that thing of the detail. You go back up here, super highly detailed, but then this guy here, doesn't have to be. It's the different styles. We have here some of the tables in Undertale as well. And I think these are called doilies, right? And it's just that little thing of a long table. Again, simple line art, simple colors. It has one color here. So I think it's important to note, this is all black, but this has a softer feel. And it kind of doesn't feel like it's in the same game, doesn't it? If you put this guy beside this guy, just because of how big a difference it is, it doesn't feel like it goes quite well together. And just lazy? I don't think so. I think he's, what's the word I'm looking for? Productive. And everything has to be perfect. He set out to do what he wanted, and he did I think, to the best of his ability. But you can look here, and again, really dark outlines. It seems to be for the most part. If it's not black, really dark outlines are just about black. And I think it's just interesting again. I keep saying this, but to note, for here, it's 2 colors. You have the light up here, the dark up here around the edges, and the black for the outside. You have, again, the black outside for the stool. Things of that nature now. Again, well, not again. I need to stop saying that word, but Undertale would be considered more of a top-down, right? You're looking at these guys, you can see the top and the side. But if you're looking at Stardew Valley versus Undertale, who would you say you can see more of? I feel like if I'm comparing the two, I feel like I can see more of the top of maybe Undertale. Undertale might have more top than bottom. If we go back just very quickly to this guy here that we were looking at before, and this guy here, I feel like Stardew Valley maybe more here, Undertale maybe more here, possibly, just by a bit. And where's Deltarune New Chapter? It's coming out in a few months. I'm very excited. Alrighty, let's go. Speaking of Deltarune, let's quickly touch on Deltarune. And again, actually, let's skip Deltarune, since it's the same game, same style. There is Undertale Yellow here. Is there anything of note I wanna note here? Not quite. I think it's the same stylish feel. Black outlines around things and top-down style look. Let's take a look. I think Omori could be fun to look at. And Omori, let's see, where are you at? Up here. No. Again, just that thing, right? Different style and immediately. This area here for this couch, instead of doing colored or shaded outline, it is colored, right? But where black would be, it's purple. And it adds this rare, what's the word? It's soft, but at the same time not. It feels very violent for its violet. That's what the feel I'm getting is. And the angled chairs from Undertale are so clean. Oh yeah, hold on. Where are we at? Angled chairs. These guys here. I always find it's very hard to do the angles, so it's interesting to see them. And Nerium, welcome to stream. Welcome, and hello. The couch, it has dark magic. It feels like it, doesn't it? The radiation, you can maybe see it as being some sort of potion effect or something. You can see these chairs from the back, from the side. Similar in the way that Stardew Valley has the colors, but not in the same way of just one singular color, which I think adds a big oomph to it. And look at this bookshelf here. We have our first bookshelf, we can say. Very few colors to use, but they use detailing in the sense of void. And anytime they don't need to show something, it's just a dark color. And I do that. Can't wait for tomorrow's stream. I'm excited for it too. Alrighty, let's take a look at Chrono Trigger now. Chrono Trigger, different style, you can already tell. Look at these seats, look at these chairs. We just looked at a sofa. I would say some of it doesn't have an outline. Wouldn't you say? Some of the edges here, possibly no outline. It feels like things blend in. If I had to look at the scene here, I would say possibly no outline would be the style of this game. In Chrono Trigger, yep, I tried to get as many different styles and different games as I could. I did try. But you can see here, I'd say this might be a game with no outline. I don't know if I was able to find seat assets. I was not able to, but I might beg to differ. This guy might be no outline, at least this area here, for some areas of it. And by doing no outline, it feels like it's, what's the word? It feels like it's more fleshed into the environment. It doesn't pop out as much. That's the feel I'm getting. You can see some of these frames and paintings look like they have an outline, but then some of these areas here, right? And so this feels painterly, also just because of the pixel art style itself, but because there's no outline here. Now, if you were to do like a big black outline, it would feel completely different. It would feel like it pops out. And Sienna Pie, I feel, it says you've been here before, but I haven't heard that name. And you're playing Chrono Trigger, then you open the stream and you're looking at it. Well, welcome all the same. I do want to at some point try Chrono Trigger. The art style just seems interesting. We have some seats here, some tables here, and it's always just interesting note, right? The books are outlined, but this area here, maybe not quite outlined. Some of the seat here is outlined, but it feels like it's very fleshed into the world, which is interesting. And it feels messy. Do you mean messy or messy? That's an interesting note. I always think it's just fun to look at these guys. And now you want to go and open up Chrono Trigger just to look at the pixel work? You should. I have been, for research purposes, getting a lot of pixel art games. And the textures give vibes of dark fantasy. They do. They feel very rough. That's the feel I get. Very rough and tough. But then you look at something like Omori and it feels shiny and cartoony. Completely cartoony. The styles are such a difference. let's look at, let's see, it's about 146 right now. We can look at a few more, and I definitely want to look at Earthbound. But let's see, for Pixelart, or not Pixelart, Pokemon, again, it feels cartoony, right? I'm getting the sense of the less colors you use, the more cartoony it feels. Pokemon feels cartoony. Omori also feels very cartoony. Undertale also feels cartoony. Stardew Valley doesn't feel very cartoony. It's cartoony, but because of how detailed it is, not as much. I'm not feeling that sense as much. But then I'm looking at this guy here and I'm thinking, very simple. Yeah, very shiny. Some of these have shine, but you can see, again, on the edges, not that edge shine that we saw for some other areas. We have the edge shine here for the top of the seat, but it's just that thing of looking and observing. We can see here, they do that same method of where if the book isn't shown, they have just the black areas around the book to show off, hey, look, a book's not here, so they even try to look for the book. We have some bookshelves here, some tables, some seats, and more shine on those seats. Now, the outlines, this one's just a colored outline. This one's kind of a shaded outline where there's a shiny bit, right? They have a little bit of different color here for that area. And note it, less colors give that cartoony feel. That's what I'm thinking. Less colors and a black outline feels more on the cartoony side. And add a little bit of shine, and then you got the cartoony. And so they use highlight for everyone. Well, highlight here, right? But not highlight here. So it's interesting. And you don't know anything about Chrono Trigger, but the lack of outline screams that it's being, yeah. That's a really good note. Hold on. Check, right? Did I do it? In some games, they only have outlines when the object is interactable. So for example, if you could sit in this chair, there would be an outline here. If you could eat this food, there would be an outline here. A very noticeable outline that says, hey, you can interact with me. So if you're making a game, that is also something to think about. Do you want to have outlines for all objects like your tables and your seats, or only things that you can interact with? That is a very good note indeed. I'm just looking at these seats and I'm thinking, yeah, it looks nice. It really does. Now, time to bring out the big guns, and I couldn't help but stare. And this is amazing detail, isn't it? I'm telling you, the fact we can just look at the assets of old games, I have learned so much. Earthbound. Now, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna scroll down. What is this? Now, what perspective would you call this? If you had to guess. I'm still guessing on the perspective. What would you say? It's an interesting one, right? It feels top down. I would have to guess possibly oblique. That's what I'm thinking. Oblique, it doesn't feel isometric. I'm thinking oblique. And this scene, where are we at? This guy right here, look at this. Look at the walls. Isn't that interesting? It's slanted here. It's flat here, slanted here. Oh, you can't see it. There we go. At the very bottom, you can see, right? Flat, slanted, slanted. Interesting, isn't it? And we can see the corner. Yeah, it's a Spider-Man perspective. It feels like this is more true perspective. If I had to guess anything, but perspective, what you usually do is you have lines that kind of come out here, right? When you do perspective, this feels more natural to how perspective would actually look. And perspective, yeah, it feels off. And 1 point, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 1 point perspective. That's the word I'm looking for. And welcome, Jack. Welcome to stream. But yeah, it's just that thing of, right? Looking at these guys and all these different games, very successful games, you have one style, and then you've got another style, and then you have this style. I definitely, again, want to get around to playing this game. I feel like it would be a whimsy dream. Just looking at these places, it feels very realistic. And I'm not sure how to feel about it. I'm not used to it. That's the only reason why. In old Sierra games, never heard of those before. And when the difference between isometric and oblique, they look the same for you? Oh, sure. Let's hold on. If we go back to this guy, that way I can see it a little bit bigger. Screens, where are we at? This screen here. If we go into here, now, I would say the difference is isometric is the corner. You see the corner. For oblique, it's more edge, right? You see how you can see a lot of edge, and this guy's more on the flat side. But this guy, you see, it's even, right? I would say this is 50% this side, 50% this side. Looking at this one, it's a lot of this side, but also a lot of this side. So it's just a smidge difference. You can see if I zoom in a little bit on these two guys here. I think there's you can just look at it, but to describe it a little bit better, I'll have to re-reference the book. But if I had to describe it the best way I could, isometric's all about that corner. And she has a snake in her backyard. At least it's not in her boot. But it's interesting, right? You can see some of the snake here, not so much here. And it's just that perspective-y feel. You can't even see it in this one. That's a little scary. And, oh, I did read that. Good. Okay, let's go back into here. Well, saying that, I also wanted to cover some of the pixel art I found on itch.io. And you can see, I was talking about the art from here. Now, again, top-down seems to be the most common from what I can see. I wanted to take a look at these books, and it's interesting to note, because they have a lot more colors to use, they got a very detailed, there's a bit of shiny bits on the edges of these books. You can see the outline of the books, so it's interesting to note lots of outlines, the colored outlines here. Ooh, there's some shading here. You can see this guy up here is shaded, and this guy's here is dark, so light up here, dark down here, and I overall just really like this style. Then again, it could just be the colors. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a bit of a fan of pink, blue, pink and blue. I don't know if anything gave it away at the obvious. Oh boy, I wanted to take a look at this guy here. Warm colors, again, top down. You have some books on here, and these books are outlined, which is interesting. Not the really dark black that we saw before, so that's something to note here. On the simpler side, the top simple, bottom simple. Some of them have spines and everything, and who would have thunk? And it is a good palette. It is indeed. Oh, it's so lovely. And some toilets and some overall counters and shaping. And then we have this person here. Sierra Assets, I believe. Yup. They decided, you know what? I'm gonna give all of these assets away for free. The mad lad, the mad person. And it's just to look at these and see, all right, colored outline, right? And did anyone else notice the box that had 1x1 lines and other lines were 2x1? I'd have to see again, Zero. And this amazing work, isn't it? Yeah, it's just the thing of these are here for you to look at, for you to really appreciate. We have the top line of the beds here. We have the sofa, and you can clearly see the shaded outline style they're going for. Very dark at the bottom, shaded at the top. So I think it's just things to note. And we have about 153, so didn't spend too long in looking at all of these guys. But now that we've gone over all of these, let me pull up some pictures of some chairs. And then, not chairs, never mind. We're not starting with chairs, we're doing bookshelves. Okay, let me bring you back into, actually, you know what? You can stay here. You're A-okay to stay here. Let me go ahead and do some searches for some chairs. I've been in the process of moving, so I haven't had too much prep time for stream as I would have liked. That's A-okay. It's as long as I can make it here and do some prep work. It's fine if it's not all of the prep work. You might actually grab that asset pack. You should. You really should. The asset pack is on the, hold on, I always try to, anything I talk about on the stream, I try to link. I believe it is this guy, this one here. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. It is the Pixelart furniture pack at the very bottom of the object study. Tons of stuff. Even has animated pets in here and animated objects. Really neat. And hi, Sumuke. Welcome to stream. And you might get that book. You should. It's not sponsored or anything, but I really do think you should. It's one of my favorites. I didn't know it existed, but now that I do know it is a thing, it's nice just reading material overall. Because overall, the concepts of pixel art in general, so it's really nice. Now, what type of, oh, you know, I said bookshelf, but for some reason my mind thinks shared. Let me make sure I click bookshelf. And is it copyrighted? I don't believe so. Let's double check. If we go back to this guy here really quickly. Down here, it should tell you the copyright. License. You may use this asset to develop any commercial, non-commercial games. You may not resell this asset pack, and you may not sell the example t-shirt. For example, t-shirts. Got ya. And I think it says license down here, or does not. Interesting. Usually the license, oh, license.txt. It'll tell you all in there. And reference part took less than an hour. Truly an Easter miracle. I'm trying to get better at doing faster. And you just got the stream notification? Odd. Very odd. I am surprised. I can tell you that much for sure. Let me go ahead. Now, what type of bookshelf do you think we want to draw? My goal is, and let me bring you back into this guy. No, I'm bringing you everywhere, but I want to make a simple bookshelf. So I want to do the simple of the objects. So something like this, 4 colors only. And I've got this guy here, this blue palette for the 4 colors only. And then I want to do a fully colored art piece for the books and the chairs. So I want to try to do a bit of both to make sure we get down forms and things of that nature. But what type of bookshelf do you think we should look for? Let's see. There's some with plants, but again, we just want to do simple. Keep it as simple as possible. This is the first time we're doing it, and we need to make sure simple as it can be. Let me bring you back into PRF really quickly. And I think the easiest to do would be top down. Top down, not only easiest, but just nicest. If I take a look again at my game, I would like to do top down. You can see that's the feel I'm going for, right? Top side. When I drew this, I did not have the knowledge of this. This is, oh no, I did indeed. This is me attempting. And maybe ones that count in books, you're not very educated on this topic, no worries. I'm just grabbing book references as I see it. Contain books, oh, I did not read that right. I read count in. Oh boy, let's grab, this guy seems pretty handy. We have some of the bookshelves. Now, this would be more on the front facing down, so maybe we can get more of a top down sort of book look. Let's see. Any top down bookshelves you wanna make yourself approachable to this area? Ooh, this one's getting a little fancy. It has a bit of an arch. Interesting. Okay. I see how you work, bookshelf. Any more we can go for that are just up here? I was hoping to get more like a, oh, this one works. This one works pretty well. We have some slanted books we can see, some non-slanted books, and ads. Okay, you know what? We'll have the ads go now while I'm looking for these references. That should make it easy peasy. So we'll go ahead and let those do those while I grab a few of these. And if the ads continue to run, I'll also grab the references while I can of the bookshelves, the seats and tables. That way we can do it all at once. I'll grab about 2 more. For me, at least, when I'm looking at references, I tend to go a little bit overboard. There we are. And I'll grab like 20. So I've been trying to keep myself to a rule of at least 3 or 5. If I go beyond that number and use only in games, yep. 3 or 5. You gotta use tips on scaling objects if your character averages 48 heights. Could you elaborate just a smidge more? And grabs a ladder. No top-down references online. No problem. Oh, I'd love to have like a lovely bookshelf. Let's see. We have some of these guys. Anyone else wanna? Just I need one more. Only uno más. Oh, you know what? Let's go for this corner guy here. Surely that is a great reference here. Lovely. Okay. For the top down here. And oh, let's see. I regret to inform you my client Ferris, who is from the South Asia, is unable to participate in the Pixelart activity due to the time zone difference. The event timing unfortunately conflicts with their need to rest as they plan to watch Hatsune Miku movies. We hope you understand the situation and looks forward to future opportunities to join when timing permits. Oh, thank you for that again, lawyers. Well, I hope you have a good one, Ferris. Oh boy. Oh boy. We have some books here. Let's also grab some while we're in the neighborhood. A few tables, top-down tables. Can we get any? We have this fancy-looking table here. Interesting. All right. And what does a sage? I believe it means sad, right? It's just a silly way to say it. I believe well, no. I was thinking, because I know some of the guys, big sad, yeah, big sad. How close are we to finishing the ad break? About a minute left. Okay. Let's get this table here. Maybe we grab maybe this table here could be fun to do. Maybe we can grab a table that has like a flap over it. That could be fun. Like a table with a top over it. Yeah, like this guy here. This could be a good reference here. For this table guy here. And let's see. Any other tables? There's like a mushroom table here. That's pretty cute. Maybe just, for later. Just saving it for later. And let's see. Okay. Maybe lastly we'll grab this guy here. This one kind of has some handles. And then have a little bit more time before the ads are over. Let's go ahead and grab some seats. Chair. Oh, chair. There we are. Chair design. I feel like if we do have time, it would be fun to try to do a sofa. If only if time it permits it. Now this is a isometric chair if I've ever seen one. We also have a guy that looks like this here. And the lovely part again of the references, we'll be able to look at them. I'm gonna try my best to draw it from reference, and then I'm gonna look at the pixel art to see what can I make for improvements. What did I do that they didn't do, or what did they do that I didn't do? I think it's always nice to look and check to see. We have this guy here and one more guy. Let's grab this guy here. I feel like these could be a-okay to use. Okay. And the red table will be a thing fitting for a mush room. Why? Why? How dare you? Oh, that was awful. Terrible even, but the ads are over. So I'm gonna bring you back to this screen now. And let's get started on the bookshelf. Now it's reached 2, so not too bad of a timing. Let me go ahead and hide this guy, open this guy up, and then I should be able to, shrink him down. That way it's not too noticeable. Let me move this guy over to like here for my references. Make this guy, just all nice and cozy for the study. Let's go ahead, and this will be the image we use, this page here. And is this a good enough size for reference? I believe it is. Let me go ahead and make this a pin guy so you can see now what I'm looking at. It makes it a lot easier than just having the image on screen. When I'm zooming in and looking at things, we can really tell. So let's go ahead, and I think, you know what? Let's start with the front-facing bookshelf. Now, a lot of reference images you learn from have been characters with either 16 by 16 or 32 by 32. You can't seem to understand how big or small it should be for 48 by 48. Okay, what you mean is 16 by 16. You've got a character. Oh, hold on. Let me see. You have a guy that's either this big, or you have a guy that's this big, and you want a guy that is, hold on, 48 by 48. So that would be this big. Oh, that's pretty big. Hold on, sprite canvas size. Let's make this huge, way bigger. Can't seem to understand how big or small it should be. What I would do first, and what I like to do for my things, is I first draw the character, and then I scale everything to the character. So if I have a character that's this big, I try to see what they would need to do to fit inside of the scene. And very professional channel. Hello, and welcome. Hi. What an interesting name, but welcome all the same. And you're gonna have to pay your really loud crickets over time, huh? Well, crickets for what? Whatever could you mean? But that's the best bet I could say. For example, the scale. I think it just would all come down to scale. For the Stardew Valley characters, they're this big, and I think if we just quickly check these guys here, and we go to look at this guy here. Oh, hold on, new layer. Right, the refrigerator is about the size of a person. So if you were trying to make a 48 by 48,
Brielle_ is now following.
Oh. DV Brielle? I tried. You can tell me how close I got, but thank you. This is the size and the scaling. And if we put them beside a seat, right? This is the person. It's about half their body size. So if you want to do something for 48 by 48 person, I think you should try to keep it that. So this is about half their body, right? So maybe this is the size of the seat instead. So things like that I feel like might be possible. And thank you, Kit of Pirates. That one's easier to pronounce, but thank you all the same for the follow. You're not real, bro. Oh boy. That's what I could say though. Use the character and try to put it beside and think if it's realistic or not. That's the best bet I would suggest. Since I usually go for characters that are this size, I'm gonna make a bookshelf about this size. But for example, with the Pokemon scale, so the really small sprites you can see here on the Pokemon areas, the chairs are super small, right? Because they're really small, and it's just Gabrielle with a V. Oh, that makes far more sense. And hello. You can see here really small seats for the really small people because they're super tiny. And what program do you use to make pixel art? I make it in Aseprite, and I should be able to. I don't know if I have it here 100% directly. Let's see, getting started. Oh, there we go. Lovely. You can find everything I use, everything I talk about, all of the links and everything there on that page. And I'll put it in YouTube as well. But Aseprite, that's Aseprite. That is my program of choices. I think it's lovely. I think it's cute. I find it to be, I find it to be the best in terms of pixel art on the computer. Not too much about mobile, but I do give recommendations for those. And pop-ups covered by the shelf. Oh no, hold on. Pop. Oh, you know what I just realized? That's not on screen. Oh no, that's terrible. There you go. You were disappeared faintly to the abyss. There you go. And then as far as the pop-up is concerned, there we go. Okay, pop-up should be over. Thank you for letting me know. Alrighty, so saying all of that, since our character is about this big, right? Let's go ahead and move this guy down here. I'm gonna grab the four color that we're gonna use. So gonna be these guys. They're very big. I only need it very small, but I just want to do a shelf, probably this big, right? If our character's this big, let's see about making the shelf that big. I think that should be a good feel if we're thinking about shelf stuff. And I'm gonna do the front perspective, so I won't do the top, I'll just do the front. Let me go ahead and instead of doing it this way, let me make the colors a little bit smaller. So we have that color, that color, that color, and that color. And let me go ahead and delete you. Okay, now we're all good to go. And we are on YouTube. You know, YouTube had its day of fun the other time when Twitch didn't want to work. But yeah, technically, you know, you're visible now. What I'm gonna do is first start off with, if we're doing just like an outline, right? Usually I like to start off with just blobbing things in. Now this shelf is dark, very dark. But you know, I'm not too much of a fan of dark, but we can always do dark. I like to usually go for things that are rounded, so you might round off the edges, but I'm gonna try to stick to the image as much as possible. So for now, I'll just keep it as this guy. Let me move you down here just a smidge. Let's see. Now we notice the bottom bit rare. Oh, you can't see it, hold on. I think draw on here if I do. Draw? Yeah, I think you can see my drawings if I do this. Oh, that's cool. That's weird, but it's cool. And gotcha, thanks. My characters are 48 by 16. It's perfect for you personally because you do a lot of 2D drawings. It gives you room for enough detail and figure out styles while keeping things very simple. Interesting. For me, I don't know if how quickly I can show it. Hold on. I think I can. Hold on. I think I can very quickly, actually. If we go into, where are we at? This guy here. And then I go into this guy here. I've drawn pretty big characters before. I think it's in this one here, possibly. You can see this guy, I believe, is around the 48 size. She was really big. We have this one, which is really big. So I can understand the perspective and everything, as depending on the size of things, you'll have size of characters, size of animals beside things. So I completely get that. I think this is a little bit taller than 32. So I think it's about that 48 by 16 that you were talking about. Alrighty. So let's go back into here. Saying that, okay. So what I'm thinking is we have the outline, right? And we have this darkness here. Maybe we can make it look like the wood is popping out. So maybe we can do, because usually you want to save these guys for the really big highlights. This guy can maybe be a sideline. Maybe this is the wood. We can always start off small and work our way up. For me, I like having the outline or the bottom, not the bottom color, so the bottom outline here for if it's a bookshelf. So if it's at the bottom, it's touching the bottom, right? I like having it at the bottom, so it looks like it's more inside of the world. Some people don't, and that's a-okay. And hey, Iris, I have a problem with the start of drawing for the characters, like the first 2 steps of the pose. Do you have any advice? Have you tried the classic blobbing method? And hi, Torin, welcome to stream, and go ahead, shoot questions away. Like, if you're doing posing, sometimes I like to do like this, and then maybe their body's here, right, and their hands here and here. That's one way to do posing. Another way is maybe the head's here, and then we kind of have a hand here. Maybe then we have an arm here and the body here. That's another way, the blobbing method. And where's Greg?
Shaunsky_Bearsky is now following.
He's on retirement at the moment, and that is a name. Hold on. Shaunsky or Bearsky? Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. Where is Greg? He's here. He's here in your heart, all right? Oh boy. And he'll definitely make a comeback, don't you worry. But that's the best advice I can give, Cursed Soul. So if I'm looking at it like this, right? And I want a live sign. You need to know he's alive. And thanks a lot, teacher Boss. We've been over this. I am no teacher, I tell you. Not one bit. Oh boy. I'm just trying to learn, and since we're all learning, it's more student on student. And Jason. I remember someone saying that before. Now let's see, this is about how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The line goes about there. Okay, all right. That would be another guy. And don't trust aliens on Twitch so easily. He's alive, all right? I'll have a sign for you tomorrow, okay? He's in a comfy spot right now. You know, he's resting. Not eternally, but just resting. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So another guy here. Alrighty. And then we need probably one more 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably another guy here, and this would be the last shelf. Might have to bring this guy down a smidge so he kind of fits in line with everything else. So possibly like this for our shelf, right? We can kind of see some of the top of the shelf, and Bobby ate him. Bobby Lofi doesn't like sock puppets. Probably has very refined taste, I'll have you know. There's kind of a bit of an arch here that I'm seeing, so I want to do the arch. And she's no teacher, we're just students squared. Exactly. It's as squared as it can get. Now I'm wondering about this guy here for the outline, and yeah, you know what? I said I want to go off the picture, but I'm gonna go a little rogue. I may be thinking like something like this. I think it's a little cuter. For the bottom as well, we have that arch too, so maybe we can do something like this, but again, it's that thing of, if it was just the lines, it would probably be like this for the outline. That would be the outline look. But then if we have it filled in, it might look like, if we grab this guy really quickly and just copy, move you down, you know, just move you a smidge down, like down here. And the sock puppet was gourmet. He's as top tier high quality as they get. You know what? No, yeah. Greg's pretty good. I can agree. We have on here something like this. And from what we saw before, right, we have some of the books leaning out. Let me go ahead and make a new, Is there anything else we can do to these guys? I'm thinking possibly maybe we can make the shelves 3 long. Possibly like this, that way we can have the outside. That's 3 long, this is 3 long, and this is 3 long, I'm thinking. And then, let's see, this is 2 long, so possibly another, there we go, that's 3 long there. And then maybe also along this side here, we have the 3 wide. So making a very chunky bookcase, and hello and bye again, this time from YouTube. I appear and disappear like a shadow. Whoosh. And what's the perspective again? This one I'm going to do for a front perspective. I'm going to give an attempt for that, and I'm realizing now some of these guys aren't correctly lined up. But I'm going for a front perspective since this guy here is front. And Pixelart, my favorite medium, and welcome, Lewis. Welcome back. Hello. Let's see, this is 1, I had it as 8. And
Aseprite is now following.
Aseprite is my guess. You can tell me how close I got, but welcome to stream. Welcome, and thank you for the follow. Let's go ahead and copy this guy here. Move him up to like, hold on. There we go. So it's the right guys. And I think I only want to do 3 bookshelves, so we're gonna just, say goodbye to this top guy again. Like so. This guy's getting smaller. Hello. Oh, that's an adorable emote. Let me go ahead and crop you. Yeah, we don't need you quite much. It's become a little bit smaller, but because again, supposed to be aesthetic. I'm sure we can do it in not 4. 3 is probably fine. I like the number 3. And no, not all bookshelves have equally spaced shelves. I could assume as much from this bookshelf right here. If I had to assume, yeah. I want to go equal for this one. You call that shelf that? I call it durable. I call it just a little wide. And you like Confucius? Oh, like Confucius always said, there's no greater honor in life than being a teacher, except of having Greg in your stream. And before you ask, no, this obsession will not be over soon. You like the curved lines, give personality? Me too. I like the feel of curves. I'm more of a fan of round feelings, so I agree. Yeah. I like having something like this. It feels more like maybe a cubby than possibly a bookshelf. But I like the feel. Maybe more of a drawer, but it's my art, I can say it, and I shall. Maybe even like that, that's very ground though, so we'll go with this. From there, I'm thinking maybe we can have it just highlighted a little bit along the edges. Possibly maybe, like this? I don't know if I like that quite well. I was thinking, you know, the shiny parts of wood you can see here on the edges. If I zoom in a little bit, there's some shiny angles on the edges sometimes. That's what I was thinking, but I'm not too sure anymore. It might be that case of having the book angle like this, and then that's the top of the book. But again, because we're doing it forward, not as much. And hi, Oblomove. Welcome to stream. Shiny, yeah. But I don't know if I can do shiny in this state. Definitely doing it in 4 colors makes it difficult. But I do find that fun and difficulty, especially since I'm trying to get better at, I want. It is a nice bookshelf, I can't agree, Zero. But I'm trying to get better at using colors. So I'm doing less colors, at least to start. I try to do now a less colored version and a more highly colored version. But for right now, we'll keep it at this. And then we'll go ahead and have some of those bookshelves added. I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. And good one, but I'm a fan of look before you begin to see. You gotta look into a book in a nook. That's the hook. Let me go ahead and grab these guys here and move them down so we have them at our disposal. Okay. So if we're looking at this guy now, I'm gonna try to draw the books. We have this guy, we have the front of the line, the back of the line. Now, what we technically could do is maybe we do like this, and then we do like this. Oh, hold on. We do like that, and then we do like this. Oh, never mind. There we go. To show the the lines, right? Or not the lines, but the dark and light spots. Then maybe this would be the book, but then you wouldn't really have the outline of the book. But this is really dark, right? Very high contrast. This kind of shows the shading off a little bit more. That's the idea I was trying to go for. So what now I'll do is, I'm thinking maybe I'll just have some diagonal books here. Maybe we have one here. Now, I remember seeing people do outlines for their books, so maybe I'll do like this here for an outline of a bookshelf. Maybe something like this to show off, hey, look, that's a book here. There's always the thing of, what do you find fun? But for now, I won't do that. I'll go ahead and maybe, ooh, that's a little hard. We only have a few colors, so I can't do too many. Maybe we have here the book lined up like this, and then maybe they have a line here. Maybe something like this for a bookshelf. And never have you seen someone say that they saw and realized that they've always needed it? Oh boy, I know I enjoy bookshelves. I'm a book person. I have a lot of art books from when I did a lot of art studies, and I recently got some color books. So it's that thing of, yeah, I can certainly say, you want to know what better than one Tauren? 2. A very Game Boy-like palette? Yep. 4 colors, 4 tones for this one. This one is only 4 colors, and ooh, interesting. Okay, possibly. Maybe we can do more like with this. But yeah, this one's very Game Boy-like, I'm guessing, because it's just 4 colors. And having 2. Oh no, they're multiplying. Oh boy. Maybe we have, if we look at some of these guys here, right? Some of these guys are tilted, some of them are stacked. Maybe we have some that you can only see the side of. I'm gonna go, I don't know, I can't count that high. Oh boy. We have some features here. Maybe we have this guy here for a book. Maybe we only have one single book here, possibly like this, for a few of the books that are stacked, possibly. And I can see some of the shiny bits here. And that's the thing of, because we only have 4 colors, it's very difficult in infiltrating the other side. Hi, YouTube. I'm in. Oh boy, I'm in, it's hacked. Maybe we can do like a tall book here, right? Maybe then a smaller book here, and then we can just, as we go down, we're keeping to that thickness, but only keeping to the side like here, right? And then maybe we can again have maybe a guy leaning. I did like this leaning guy. Oh, hold on. Uncontinuous U, copy U and paste U. Well, maybe down here, like this, possibly. But again, it doesn't look quite right, does it? So what I can do instead is not do that, because I think it looks too similar. So possibly instead, we can grab this one here, paste it, and then flip it. And I forget how to flip, is it? There we go. I did Control H, but I'm not sure if that's the hotkey I set it to or the one that it is. So something like this instead, where we can kind of, not too much similar, and move the middle book 1 pixel to the left. You mean like, hold on. Like, oh, hold on. Like this? Middle 1 pixel to the left? Like that instead? I don't know about that. In technologies these days, even shelves have connection signals. And Shift V and H, got ya. Thanks for that, yeah. It's usually that, but I know sometimes, or at least in some programs I've tried, it wasn't in there. And in the stack, oh, okay, hold on. Undo. In the stack, move the middle one to the left. This is the left. Oh, if it'll let me, left. Ew, it'll let you, but ew. Very different. I like it, I like that a lot. And is there anything else? Now, I'm not too sure about this anymore, about the round edges bit. It doesn't feel quite right. Maybe that instead could look a little better, just a smidge better on these edge bits. I think that might work a little bit better. And bottom bookshelf reminds you of the old singular wireless communication back in the oh, this here, the internet connectivity. I can see it, yeah. I'm actually gonna move this guy over just a smidge, a lot of smidge, and I want to put another bookshelf here, like this. Oh, hold on. That way it doesn't look like it's too diagonal, possibly like this instead. Yeah, and maybe even move you here. And I think the fun part about using less colors is it comes down a lot to the shapes of things. By working and focusing on shapes, I think that definitely adds to the bit of pixel art. You can see I'm trying to figure out that book line. Maybe does that look like a diagonal book? I feel like this guy's more on the diagonal side, so maybe, yeah, we're gonna undo that. But I think using less colors helps you learn more to do with shapes. And can you hear me? No. I did it right, or I did it to what you were saying, right, Zero? And technically, this is all you really need for a bookshelf, right? Don't really need anything else. It looks like a bookshelf. And your bookshelf got very empty since you're using an ebook reader. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I do like physical books if they're learning books. Like I said, I have a lot of art books, and you'd read all these books, so I'm glad you enjoy them. I'm thinking possibly now, I want to see just I'm really curious because we had this guy, right? This color palette. So if we do these side by side, keeping in mind the notes and everything, what if we did, and oh, actually, let me do, there we go, paste. If we made this color this, and oh, hold on, uncontinuous. If it was this color instead, and we went back to it being this color, look at the difference in that. And instead it was this color, then that means we could do a little bit of styling. So maybe that could have a book there. Maybe this guy could have maybe you can see here, right? Some of these have the round bits here. Some of them have the written bits. Maybe we could do some of these guys here. We could even do some more books now that we have that other color unlocked in bookshelf, but nighttime. Yeah, nighttime bookshelf mode. I can see it, yeah. Oh, that'd be cute. A nighttime, dark time theme. Yeah, I can see it 100%. Maybe one on here, some of these. Maybe this guy gets one like up here, or this is diagonal, so we'll try to do the diagonal bit there, and that's diagonal too. Then we have this guy up here, then we maybe have one there. Maybe we can have, ooh, maybe, nope, never mind. This guy like here, like that instead, and try keeping the top shelf rounded on top and make the other square. I can try, certainly. Give me 1 second. I want to try to do these guys here. Maybe make this guy a different color. And then maybe what we can do is then add these for lines on the books instead. So maybe like that for our diagonal bit. And I don't know. I think this one's better just in terms of detailing with the colors. We don't have many colors to use. We can't get much lighter or darker because we use the outline line for only the outline. But similar. Welcome to stream. Hi, and dives up. I'm back. Welcome to one from the other side. And you wonder how the contrast would look if you added details with the darkest color on the left one? Ooh, sure. We can certainly try. That's what this is all about. Trying and experimenting. Especially helps with the dark, well, not darkest, with the least, using as little colors as possible, because it helps you really see the differences. When you don't have to worry too much about colors because you don't use many, it gives it. And guys, I've seen things. Guys on the other side, dark things. Whatever do you mean, Torn? Oh boy. Let's go ahead and you said do the dark. How the contrast would look if you added details with the darkest color on the left one. Details with the darkest color. Okay. So you mean doing this guy or oh, hold on. We need to do this guy and oh,
Sam, your word is
thank you for the follow. Welcome again. Welcome all the same. So you're saying instead for these guys, our light guys here like this. Yep. Okay, and then, yes, those are called blackberries. Oh, I used to have a blackberry. It was the greatest thing. This is also neat to look at, isn't it? Just another look at it. Yeah, there's so many different ways just color-wise. And never mind, the colorblind and the other left, I had that typed out. You're okay. You know, my lefts and rights are what they used to be, all right? Not quite what they used to be. I like this look, so I want to keep it on here just as, you know, a good old reference. And let's see, this YouTube is a weird place. it's fancy, you know, it has its points. And where were we? All right, let's see. Try keeping the top shelf rounded. We can definitely do that. But the other left, oh, contrast would look if we added details with the darkest. Okay, so what you were saying is with details with the darkest. So possibly instead if we did this guy here like this, right? And then this guy for here, this guy for here, that guy there, and let me do these guys so I can do the bucket tool. These guys here, and I don't know when I'm using my mouse. Sometimes I do, sometimes it doesn't happen. And then we can go ahead and fill these guys in, is what you were saying, like here like this, here like that, fill that in, and oh, that'll have to be modified just a smidge. Like this instead, you mean? This here, ooh, not too bad. I feel like now the white is too contrasty though. It feels a little too pop for me. And you were the chosen one. You said you were going to destroy the Twitch, not join them. And do you speak Spanish? I do not, unfortunately. I used to know how to, a little bit. I took like a Spanish class back in like 3rd grade. The only thing I can remember is how to say sing the water cycle song in Spanish. That's all I know. But no, unfortunately. I've been thinking about taking up a second language though, and bring balance to the stream. I was thinking initially at first Japanese, and I still do at some point, but I'm thinking now maybe Spanish. Either Spanish or Portuguese, I think would be handy. Portuguese for Brazil, as a lot of pixel artists I've seen a lot, and a lot in the community are Brazilian, so that would be handy. Spanish is just a good thing to know. And now it looks like it's mixing boards in a studio. Yeah, isn't it interesting? Just the difference. And no, you've lost me. No minutes, and yes, we are very numerous in Brazil. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Then Brazil, I mean, Portuguese would be a great one, but Spanish is more overall. But I've also heard that for a Brazilian, Spanish is easier to understand than for someone who knows Spanish to understand Portuguese. So that is also something to know, at least what I've heard and seen, and not leave YouTube in darkness. So of these four, what would you say is your favorite? Just looking at these guys, these are just some quick guys. And let me go ahead and do a little poll. Let's see, poll as I'm getting some water and everything. Let's see, which bookshelf? Which bookshelf? And let me do 1, 2, 3, and 4, and start the poll there. So for reference, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. That is a 3. This is 3. This is 4. There you go. And let me do the poll here as well. Slash poll. Poll. There we go. Poll. And which bookshelf? And there we go. Question mark. And it didn't want me to do that type. Never mind then. Which bookshelf? Question mark. And then 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 and 4. Okay. I think personally my favorite would have to be 2. I think I like 2 the most. And they still Sega Genesis? Ooh, I've wanted to get those before 5. Look at this rubble over here. You don't understand Spanish nor Portuguese. I think they would be really good, and 2 has more depth. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I feel like 2. Yeah, 3 is soft. I like how soft 3 feels. I don't feel like I could have done much detail on 1. The 1 was kind of the base. I feel like 2 has the most depth. 3 is softer. 4 has to be my least favorite, I have to say. So probably 2 would have to be my favorite. Let me go ahead and get some of this lemonade. Island? Never heard of Highland. You misclicked. Ignore the 3. Oh boy, you have courses done in Portuguese? Ooh, that's nice. And you like the food in Lisbon, huh? Where'd you get food from? But the poll is over, so let's see. 2. Got ya. I figured as much. I am definitely more of a 2 than ignore the 3. And on the YouTube side of things, people like 4 more, which is interesting. And democracy wins again. We choose 4. Yeah, really interesting. Got ya. Okay, so it's a little bit mixed. On YouTube, it's 4. On Twitch, it is 100% 2. Lovely. Okay, got ya. Interesting. Okay, saying that, let's now take a look at how, I believe it was Pokemon that did it. Pokemon does their bookshelves, we can see here, yeah. These guys, now these are top down, so actually, are they gonna be helpful for us? Not quite, but they could still possibly be. So I'm gonna grab the Pokemon one since that's the most similar to this palette here. Let me go ahead and merge this down, merge this down, and are we good here? Yeah. Yep. There we go. Merge that down, and this is the palette layer. So hold on, let me go ahead and... We only need U and M. That's the button I'm looking for. Let me grab U. Yep. Let me go ahead and do new layer, paste, and delete U. And show us the bookshelf, please, huh? What do you mean? Which one? Do you mean this guy here? I'm copying it now, but it's something else. I have no idea. You're a native Spanish speaker. Ah, interesting. I'm telling you, it's mostly, I don't think I've met a native, or anyone came on here whose native is Spanish, I think. Possibly, I could be mistaken. But definitely a lot of Brazilians have appeared on here. Let me go ahead and copy you guys here. Interesting, all right. And you would like to learn, like to learn to speak English? Oh, that's lovely. I really do at one point want to learn another language. That is one of my goals, eventually. But I'm not very good at learning languages. I've tried, but it's a work in progress. I can definitely say watching streamers, at least for me, play Minecraft, things of that nature, where they do basic words like pig or cow has been easier. And Hylian is a very significant culture, highly important to our line of work. Ah, and welcome Twinkle too. Welcome to stream. Okay, so despite the fact that this guy is top down, is there anything that we can learn? Let's see, on YouTube it was, I'm still surprised in 2 and 4, but we'll go with 2. Let me go ahead and copy you here. So it's, my vote also counts. It's partially a democracy, all right? It is still a monarchy. I just want you all to know that. I am still a princess after all. Let me go ahead and copy you, paste you. What are some fancy stuff we can add to this guy here? Make it look a little nicer. And your English only got better when you started watching streams. Yeah, I really do have to get started back in learning. Really, and watch kids shows in different languages. Yeah. The thing is, there's not many Japanese shows I could watch, but tons of Spanish shows. Plenty to go around. That's why I'm thinking Spanish might be the one for me. I could have it on in the background for shows and things of that nature. So if we zoom out of here, what are some things we can add to this guy? I like how there's a bit of a faded area for the bottom and the top. I think that's neat. You can also see for the outlines some of the edges for the books. So maybe possibly what we can do is, and you kind of feel like your English has gotten worse since you came here. I feel that just a smidge too. Sometimes it does feel like my English has deteriorated from time to time. Oh, and what a dictator? No, this, as I said, monarchy. Very different, all right? Super different. And your English is still just so bad or worse. I see, no improvement. And watch Chavo del Ocho, learn Spanish and immerse yourself in South American culture at the same time. Ooh, hold on. I will copy that there. Yep. I know last time I was trying to learn Japanese, I had to get a VPN and everything, and that was just so much cost to learn things of that nature. So it's like, right now I can't really do that quite much. Now, what do you think of this here for something like this? Does it make much of a difference if we do an outline here versus the other one? And so you're a princess, that means you are not in charge. Oh no, I'm very much in charge. I just don't like the queen title. I feel like, it doesn't feel quite as nice. And I remember someone's talking about making these like that instead. Like this, I do like it. I can see it. It adds a bit. I can say that to start. And come from the land of Hyrule. They have very religious cultures. It's the kingdom of Zelda. Yeah, they say Princess Zelda, right? Not Queen Zelda. And your typing speed is, on the other hand, still terrible. Oh boy, my typing speed is definitely something as well. I can say that. Now, aside from the lines in the center, possibly what we can do, and let me make this guy more in center with this here. This guy has the lines on the outside, so, okay. Possibly they have the lines at the outer edges, which is interesting, I'm guessing for shading. So maybe what we can do is have that middle guy, so the middle guy here, and then we have the light guy. Possibly do something like this for our center here. Possibly to add a bit of shininess, but I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling about this quite much. Doesn't feel as, and maybe because this is metal, that's where the shininess comes from. You have to ask what the material is, and in my case, this is wood. And isn't Zelda a princess, which always gets taken hostage? Zelda's also, Shulk or Sheik. I forget which one, but she's cool. And there's also Princess Peach, Princess Peach, and she rules over the kingdom, right? No queen there, right? So let's just, there doesn't have to be a queen involved. That's all I'm saying. Maybe we can add, like they have here, some of the sides at the bottom, or the edges. Possibly maybe like, oh, hold on. Let me grab the middle guy here, like this. And the worst thing is when English speaks quickly. Oh yeah. I've been told from many people, I speak super fast. But the thing is, I try to speak slowly when I can remember to, oh, that is wrong. Hold on. There we go. But then I get excited, and when I get excited, it just, it just happens. It's, oh man. Woo. Okay, all right. You know what? Maybe what we can do is do like this, right? And then like that. Ooh, not too shabby. Okay. I'm curious about this as well, maybe. Now, I don't want to say anything, but that is pretty neat. I can't say that much. Maybe we can do here for the bottom of the shelf. I don't know. I like this, right? I do speak fast, yeah. I've been told that so many times. Attempts are getting made, or they're always getting made. I can say that, but I don't know. I feel like the left is looking nicer, isn't it? And you speak fast? I'm not hearing it. You don't understand the most things you say. Oh no. I do, when I can remember, try to consciously do it slower, but I'm telling you, once I get excited, I just can't. It's something, something, something. I just can't stop. Something, something, something. I just can't mop. From a poem. Something like that, but that would be top down. I'm making it top down. You shouldn't make it top down, but it's interesting. I like it, and the colors add a lot of sense of light. I think so too. I tried to keep these as the bottom is light or dark, and I tried to maybe think to do these for the bottom spikes. Because if you do this, I mean, it's not too bad, but I tried to add those bottom two just for the bottom two feel. And but to be honest, I like the thing about your energy. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes energy is a give or take, but you can understand sometimes. And the lighting now looks kind of flame stickers. Interesting, interesting. I got the idea from this guy where you have the lighting at the top and the bottom. And I also made this guy darker since it's at the darker area. What we could also possibly do for these darker books is, oh, hold on, do like this now that they're in shadow. Maybe what we can do is go along with that darker area idea. What we could possibly do, if it lets me, and turn that Pixel Perfect back on, is do something like this. So now the books are also in shading, possibly like this, where if we do these guys here, and we'll also need to do that darker color as well. So that'll be of note to do. So something like this instead. And then we have this guy here, and oh, you know what? We'll just do that there. There you go. Maybe that there. Nope, you know what? Never mind. That does not work. We'll have to do it like this. And then what we can do is do that medium color, so this guy here. So maybe what we can do is something like this instead, where it's darker at the bottom, so the darker gets put in shadow. What do you think? And first time you thought the same, however you feel like it's normal now? I've been told that as well. Once you get used to it, my speaking style, it's not too bad. And you'll never be able to understand me once I go maximum overdrive. Oh boy, to the max. Now, is there anything else we can add here? I'm looking at these guys, and it seems like the top of them are shaded. So is that something we can do? For these bottom ones, not quite. For this one, not quite, I'd say as well, but maybe for these guys, what we can do is have the top in shading, or, okay, maybe not you. Maybe like that. I don't like that. Okay, never mind. Maybe we can do something like this, and like this, possibly, to make it look like it's in shadow. Like this here? What do you think? Could this possibly work like this? I think for some of them they could possibly. Possibly, but I think maybe not too much. It adds a little oomph, I can say that, for some of them. And coffee doesn't affect me. Right. If anything, I've noticed coffee makes me more tired. So, you know, it makes me more at ease. I wish it did work, because I'm very tired, very often. I know it might not seem like I'm a very sleepy, tired person. But if it's not something I enjoy doing, my energy level is low. You either find me at 100 or at 10. There's no in between. And what about highlights on the top corners? Ooh, we can try. You mean... Oh, nope, I don't get what you mean. Never mind. Highlights in the top corners. I don't see any highlights on these guys for examples, but I don't get what you quite mean, Zach. And we love your energy. I do appreciate it. That's one of the things. It's like, you know, what do I have to offer? Energy. You'll never get enough of it. But I think for this study here, I think it's good. We're at 239, so we're all good to go in the B from League. Oh, how I missed that game. Let's do a version now of the top down and do that way. And you're too tired. I'm not tired. You're tired. Oh boy, I have to drag myself out of bed. It is, oof, painful, I say. Oh, so painful. So if we were to convert this guy into top down, and we all love the 120%, 128% of your energy. And for that, I appreciate all of you. I'm glad you can handle the heat. Not many of you have gotten out of that kitchen. So, if we were to do top down, how would that look if we were to convert this guy to top down? About top down, what we already know is if we take a look at this guy really quickly and just do this for demonstration purposes, this would be your there we go, something like this, just very quickly on the side here. This is your side, and this is the other side. So this is your one side. This is your, oh, never mind. Uncontinuous, that guy right there. Never mind, that does not work. So I'm just gonna, nope, I'm just gonna fill this in apparently. For some reason it decided, nah, I don't wanna do it. Now will you do it? Oh, nope, it just won't do it. So you know what, I'm gonna accept the way of the law. Apparently today that will be that day that I accept it. We'll go here, and then, yeah, I just wanted to make it more boxy. So now for this guy, we have the side profile, right? And then top down. And why? What's some heat to cook? What's some heat to cook? Cooked by everything at the time. All the heat at once. Now for this guy, this would be our top down, right? Again, depending on your angle, this could be top down, and then this would be your highlight. So this would be your, well, this could be, telling you, I'm wondering why my fill bucket isn't working correctly. Oh, that's why. It's always the case where sometimes I accidentally press the symmetry line tool, and then the bucket doesn't work. So I'm glad it's now working. Lovely. I was saying that sometimes, and let me go ahead and do this as well for the side. Sometimes this is, and I say sometimes, but it depends. It depends on the person. Some people see it like this. Some people see it like, let me drag this down a little bit, like this more so perspective, where it's a lot of this side here, a lot of that side there. Sometimes I think it's more so the case where it's like, hold on, like this guy here. There we go. In terms of perspective, right? This one, you're not seeing as much as the top. This one, you're seeing more top, and then you have some people like to do this. I like it, where you have this guy as the edge of the block. I think it's cute, and you know what? Since it's supposed to be cute, let's do just a little cute round block like that. And I did read that. Good. So saying that, if we're looking at this guy here, right now it's the side, so we need to add a little bit of oomph to it, a little bit of top to it. So how do we add said top? No clue. So let's try. Let's see if we can get it working. We have this guy saved, so we do need him. He's here. He's here for us to use. I don't want to do too much top. We don't need to do too much top. But right now I'm thinking maybe this is the top edge, yeah, like this, and then we just add the top like this. There we go. Like that. Yeah, like that. And then this is the top area here. Okay. So I don't like that. Why don't I like it? That's, I think, a great question to answer. Let's see. It might be the outline. That's usually it. I'm not much of a dark colored insider person. Maybe it's the edges like this. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Maybe we need to do this guy here for the outline. Nada. Nah, that's a no-go. Possibly like this could work. If I go back to the Pokemon, you can see, oh, okay. So this guy is square. We can't really look at him, but for these guys, you can see they make a big wide circle. So for this case, how it might look instead, again, we don't have too many colors, right? And because you would have to add depth to the books and shelves. Oh yeah, I am talking about the top though. Something's off about the top. I'm thinking it's if I do this here, and then I fill this guy in. Yeah, that feels better. That's what I was talking about with top. Something was off about the top, but I think this feels a lot nicer. And because it transitions from third to 2 as it goes down, no. I wasn't even looking down here. Oh, hold on, undo. I'm not even looking at these guys. I was looking at this area here. This feels completely different than, hold on, undo, that. So if I go ahead and just quickly paste that, right? That was the difference I was talking about. This versus this. This feels nicer. And this is more top down. They're both top down. It was just, I think, the colors, which was my issue. So going off of here, now we can look at the top of the books, right? So let's go ahead and just keep things a little bit on the easier side. Let's just bump this up by maybe 1 or 2, possibly. And yeah. If we go back to look at these guys, right? You can't really see the top of them. I think this one, how do I describe it? You're looking at the big top down. This one's, you're looking over it. You're not looking up at it. I think that's the issue. If I'm looking at this guy, right? This looks like a person that's sitting down and looking at the books. If I'm looking at this guy here, you can't really see it. And again, but you can't really see the top down. This guy's more top down. You can see some of the book lines. And you don't know, the edge of the top outline looks fine. Interesting. We can definitely tweak it. And we're not done with the tweaking quite yet, so it's a-okay. We can certainly go back to it. I think it also just might be a color thing. We can always, there's always trial and error time. We go back to here now. Maybe now we can go ahead and do this guy here. Oh, undo. We don't need you anymore, symmetry tool. We'll do like this here, possibly. Okay. Now that we have more of the top of the book, I definitely do like that feel. And this is 2, this is 2, this is 2, this is 2. And since this is a darker color, we would do like, never mind. That does not work in this scenario. So we'll just, we'll keep it on the dark side. This guy would get up by 2 again, so 2 for you, like you. Maybe 1 for you instead, and we'll only do 1 like this. Oh, never mind. We might not be able to do 3 of these guys stacked up together. So maybe we'll only do, oh, I like the middle one. I liked them, they were neat. If we do, how can we do this? I'm thinking now, we could also move these guys. I don't know about these edges here. If we're looking at the edges on the outside, possibly now we can have the bottom come into light. So maybe it looks like this instead, and Dingus McJangleson. Interesting. Welcome to stream, and this art is pretty cool. It's pretty clean so far. Thank you. I never know going into these studies how things are going to turn out. It's always my first try at something. So in this case, it's my first try at pixel art. And then other times, it's my first try at armor or something of the like. So it's that thing of, I don't know. But I'm glad in most cases, my method of study seems to always work out well, taking from references, doing things of that nature. And you can add on pixel to each top of the book for the stack. Ah, very fair point, but the process is fun. Yeah, it's fun to do the process. I enjoy it. I'm just trying things at the moment. You're saying what I can do is like this? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean, Zero. Like this, and then like this. Yeah, that works indeedy. And then for these guys here, it's a little difficult to do. We might not even do it, I think, possibly. I don't know. Maybe we can move them a smidge. Maybe these guys get moved up, possibly. Yeah, I like that a lot. And then maybe these guys get moved up like here, and maybe we can just do this here. Possibly? What do you think? And then these guys are just kind of the top of the books. You don't even see them. That's how dark it is at the moment. So something like this, it's implied, the shading, the shadowing. Maybe even remove some of these guys again and uncontinuous here and do just dark. Like that. But then we don't get our sense of going lower. So I'll go ahead and just do this guy here and that guy there. Something like that, maybe? And yo, I'm in Paris right now, so hi Dijex, welcome to stream. Welcome. And will the top left one also have the extension of the bottom part since it's tilted? What do you mean? Do you mean, can you elaborate just a smidge and now add one anime figure? There's just a little person, just a little guy there, just a little Steve. There you go. Oh boy, and gotta go, have a good stream. Thanks for coming, and I hope you have fun in Paris. And Paris has always been one place I wanted to go to. Wanted to learn French also, went through a French phase. All I remember is omelette du fromage. That is all. And I did read that, good. Okay, something like this possibly? And then again, because we're seeing it from the angles, maybe it's like this, so it's that turn sharp in darkness. And was that blackjack? What do you mean, the character, or could you elaborate a little bit less? Maybe we could add a side here for the book, or that would be if it's tilted, so nah. This might be more on the top-down sidey feel. That's what I have for the edges here. That was what I was trying to do. Might even do, undo. Maybe this guy here for our continuous. Yeah, that's not too bad. And then maybe we can have along the side here some of the edges. You could even do one edge. And the Steve, oh. And thank you, Dexter, for the infinite wisdom. Welcome. I'm gonna get it right this time. The Spriter's resource. I'm glad someone got that reference. Oh, that's lovely. Oh boy. And the top left one is tilted, so would it have the extension of on both halves? Top left. Oh, yes, you're right. You're completely right.
Dingy subscribed on YouTube.
Oh, Dingy, thank you for the subscription, and welcome to stream. So it would
subscribe on YouTube.
Thank you for that subscription too. Oh, that's a good one. You make a very fair point. If we look at these guys, you messed up his name. I've done it so many times and I didn't even know it. Oh boy. Also try removing a pixel off the top of each shelf and move them up. Sure. if we're looking at this guy, right, that's kind of what we're seeing for this one, the top-down kind of slanted guy. That's this side here. So if this guy is slanted, like we see here, I don't think that's the proper way to slant it. We might just have to do straight. I think that might be better for the health of the the economy. So instead, we kind of just, or you know what? Let's do this. There we go, variation, right? We talk about, and you can see here, right? They have some variation here, and I never do. I do it for the 1 pixel wide, but I don't do it for up here. So instead of doing it tilted, let's just make this guy here wide. Let's make him a little bit chonky instead. It's like this instead. I think that works a little bit better, and it gives the clarification of what's going on, just maybe better. And try removing a pixel off the top of each shelf? Do you mean, can you elaborate a little bit, Zero? And you can understand the spriter's resource, but Freddy Fazbear? Huh? When did I mess up on Freddy Fazbear? And I have to say, I always like the highlight of this guy here, the separation. I'm wondering here, yeah, interesting. I know some people do like a streak in the line for the bubble, but I like the bubble feel. I feel like the bubble's fun. You could do the outline there, or you could do like this. I think both are nice. I like how highlight this one is, but I also like how bubbly this one is. So it's a thing of, if I had one more color, this would work a lot better. Or if this guy, yeah, if I had one more transition color, but for now I think this is fine. We can go ahead and grab this guy here. Now, I want to change the shelves. I don't like the way the shelves feel. The guy. Oh, Oh boy, you like the corner highlights? Yeah, I like this a lot more. I feel like it's not as pop in your face, but I've always been a fan of the bubble feel, a little bit of the plastic, eh? If we're looking at this guy again, some of the shelves are also too wide, small, big, depends, it seems like, which is interesting. So if we're looking at these guys, and oh, I think that's also important to notice. Maybe possibly what we can do is move these guys in just a smidge to make it look more like a shelf. So in this case, something like this. There we go. What do you think? Does that look more shelf-like, or do you like the bookshelves that have the all the way down? I don't know. I like both. I feel like both could work, but this would be more bookcase. This is a bookcase, isn't it? But it feels like a case. This feels bookshelf. This feels bookcase. So maybe, you know what, we'll stick to bookshelf. I like bookshelf. And the stripe looks very well in the metal thing. Yeah. The stripe would be like a, hold on. Like a this. Now it's super shiny. Now it's a glass case. And if you're looking at them from the top, the perspective will make it so you can't see as much of what is on the shelf. So to do that, you can move everything up and cut off the top. Oh, hold on. This style reminds you of Pixelart Pete. I did have a Pixel Pete video on there, but a lot of people do that round, I don't know if it's on here. Like you can see here, right? The highlighty round bits. That is a thing that's done a lot of the times. And oh no, they don't do it for here, but a lot of people like doing the round bubbles. You can even see round bubbles, right? I know that's a fan, or that's a style Pokemon does a lot. You'll see a lot where you have the highlight for the edging. And hi, her. Hello, welcome. Hi. welcome indeed. We go back to here. Okay. And W, the stips is durable. Stips? What's a stip? Is that the little small thingy at the bottom, or what do you mean? And case just sounds like it should close up. Yeah, case maybe the metal would go across this edge like this or something. Looks a little silly. And hello world. Oh, how lovely. And do we need good do we need good traditional drawing skills for learning Pixelart? Not one bit. No siree. Not at all. If you, I would say it would help you for certain. Like right now I'm struggling with perspective. Zero's trying to help me. I'm struggling a little bit with perspective. But this, if I knew more about perspective, this would be more handy. And Pixelart is its own thing. Yeah, if you know some things about art in general, you'll definitely be helped. But Pixelart itself has a lot of things, and it's discreet. Yeah, certain things. And you're creating a game, and your life came at the right time. Lovely. YouTube's doing its thing. And okay, I'm gonna try to understand what you said, Zero. If you look at them from the top, yep, top down. And see, this is where perspective comes into play. Right now, what I'm feeling like I'm seeing, right, is you have your book, but you have your guy. This is the front perspective of the book. If we're looking at it from the top down, it would be more so like this, right? We have the top of the book, the side of the book. That's the perspective feel. If you're looking at them from the top, so if we're, and again, perspective. So this is a book, right? And this is what your eyes are seeing. So imagine this is your eye. This is your little eye. If you're looking at it from a different perspective, then your little eye would change to look like this. And that's why you can see the top down. That's why it's called top down, because you're looking at it from the top down. You can see the top down. But if you're looking at it directly, you can't see it. That's why it feels a little wonky, but that's why we add the edges at the top up here, because we're looking down at it. So if we're looking down at it, make it so you can't see much of what is on the shelf. So if you're looking at them from the top, the perspective would make it so you can't see much of what's on the shelf. So to do that, you can move everything up and cut off the top. Okay. I still don't get it. I'm trying, Zero. Do you mean moving it down here a smidge like this, or? Oh, I'm trying. Do you mean less of this guy? This would be just a perspective thingy in general. You can definitely move these guys. Maybe you mean less of these guys at the bottom, for example. More so like this, or I don't know. And what about shifting the color of the outline on the top? Ooh, I like the way you think. So you mean a bit of a shaded outline, wouldn't we call it? A shaded guy. Like a, ooh, fancy up in here. That works really well. Then again, that was bound to work really well. Shaded outline's just so cool. Okay, that's working out great. And the bookshelf itself would block your view. Okay. Bookshelf itself would block your view. And yeah, very fancy. And it's called top down because you're looking at it from the top down. Some people sometimes don't get it as much. And take the top pixel line only and move it down. You mean the top of these guys, right? Move it down. Top of these guys, right? Move it down. Or this guy would get deleted. And ad's about to come in a second, but you mean move this guy down, right? Top pixel line, move it down. That's what you mean, Zero? I am trying. Attempts are getting made. Let me lower this guy down like this. Oh, undo. There we go. Not the books. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay. So you mean the bookshelf itself? Like this? Like this? And then like this? Is that what you mean? I think I'm getting it. And we'll have the ads do the rad thingy. Now go ahead and get some lemonade. Now, I know I said chairs, table, and bookshelf. I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to get through all three, as we're still on the bookshelf. There's so much in just one thing, and he wants it like a top-like view. Possibly? Do you mean, I can kind of see what you mean. Like, technically from the top-down view, you would see the bottom of the bookshelf, right? You would see the bits down here, because you would see the inside of the bookshelf. So something like this would possibly work out a little bit better. Like that, right? And then this would be the outline of the bookshelf, so possibly like this instead. Yeah, maybe like that would be more kind of like, right? Because you're seeing the bottom of the book or the top of the bookshelf. So something like this might work out a little bit better. Is my guess? Possibly. You can answer me on that one, but that's what I'm guessing you mean. Perchance, perhaps. I'm trying here. A little bit of a struggle, but attempts are always getting made. While we're on the ad, let me go ahead and get this water. Now I have to go get Lick with finding the room for all the things you want to draw and possibly the review. It's gonna happen. It is. But thank you for coming. Check. Thank you for coming to stream. I hope you have a nice one. But that's my guess on what you mean, Zero. I'm gonna do that for these guys and move them to be the case of that. I think that works. And close the opening from the top. Nope, I am lost. Hold on. Hold your horses. And practice makes perfect. See, it does indeedy. You can't say it doesn't. It always does. And close the opening from the top. Okay, so you said not the books, the bookshelf itself. Close the opening from the top. You mean these guys? I get it. I understood with one single pixel movement. Is that what you mean? That does make a difference. Oh, that makes a big difference. Wow. I get it. I think I understand. Oh, wow. That did make a huge difference. Oh man, thank you for working with me as hard as it is. I do appreciate it, Zero. And happy Easter or whatever holiday you're celebrating around this time. Thank you, Snack. Check. And I also, I completely forgot about Easter. Let's see, I streamed from 1 to 5. I hope that doesn't match up with anything. But we'll see. Yeah, doesn't it just hold on, that's a really good point Zero made. It took forever for me to understand. So again, you know, very new to this, especially with drawing stuff and objects, but it's a learning process. But just look at the difference. It makes a huge difference. I can say that much. Just moving this guy down, moving this guy down. Oh, that book maybe would be like this. Oh, I don't know about this guy here because of the shading. It'll possibly be like this. Oh, hold on, like that. I don't know. That guy there is a little bit of a mystery. I might have to make him a different color, but then this guy would go down here like that. Yeah, these guys might not be able to do it correctly, but right, so now it looks like it covers the books. Yeah. But right now it looks like it's been the smush just a smidge, but this one's hard to explain. It is. You can also do the infiltration lines, linking from the edges on the top with a step brighter color to make a grain shape around the edge. You know, I said fancy before, but now it's like high class. I wish it was easier to, well, it's the thing of trying to learn understanding. Possibly we just have to do these guys as the book tops now to make sense of these, but I don't know. Is there a reason to do the bottom shelf? Possibly, possibly not. I think I like the shading areas, but it's just that thing of, perchance. I don't know. And that top bit there as well is that thing of outlines. The black is supposed to be the outline, but now that we don't have this, well, I say black, but the dark color. And you can also, infiltration, yeah, lines leaking. Is there any game you can reference, Lewis, that you could point me towards? That might be the easiest way for me to understand. You can kind of see it for here as well. Here, there we go. It's exactly what Zero was talking about for this guy here. I don't know if they do it for this guy because it's an outline, and that's what they're trying to go for. And possibly, yeah, okay, maybe that's what we can do, some sort of outline. Yep, Zero's very good. So maybe what we can do for this guy is have the outline, so it's like this, kind of like the Pokemon one. What do you think? Does that look okay because it's an outline? But then again, this black part here, so it's the outline, and then below that outline is a shaded highlight. Now we can bring back the highlight. He'll grab a reference. I do appreciate it. So then what we could do is have that, so maybe then this here, like this? Does that work, do you think? Possibly? Let me undo this guy just so we can copy him, move him down. And it's something, again, it's like, I really like thinking about the theory of things, especially when it comes to just the small modification when it comes to Pixelart. I don't know if I like this flat guy here, but because Pixelart's so specific, it's that thing of, okay, if I make this thing just a little bit taller, it adds a lot of perspective compared to this guy. Just the small things about Pixelart that make it really fun. You don't know anything, but you just liked it going, you liked it just by going down the top one. Yeah, I think so. I think this is fun, interesting. And
Chief Multi-Hat is now following.
Chief Multi-Hat, interesting name. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And try making the bottom of the shelf the lightest color. Like a highlight, do you mean? So the bottom of the shelf, this guy here, the highlight? This feels like it pops out way too much. Maybe same as the top bookshelf? Oh, do you mean these guys? Just like here, like that. Yeah, okay. So something like this instead, possibly? And it's also that thing as well, too. It makes it easier to explain and describe things because we're only using small colors. But then if we were to use a palette like this, it starts getting a little crazy with the colors. Let me go ahead and drag this guy down here. And we're definitely gonna do colors in 1 second. I wanna finish this guy up. I think this is fine here. And the area that the books rest on. Oh, okay. You mean something like, oh no, you mean this area, right? This guy here? That area there is what you mean. Interesting, okay. Yeah, so we have our top down. I think this is about as well as it might get for our top down guys. And then we have at least texturing stuff and everything. Yeah, okay. We have our top down guy and then we have our not top down. Let me go ahead and merge these guys down. Merge down and, okay. I think that's all of our merge down. Let me go ahead and grab you. Yep, you're fine. You're a reference. Nope. Let me grab you. And the top 2 shelves. Got ya. 1 second. Let me grab these guys. Let me move this guy here for our paste. And then these guys. And hi, Sortazar. Welcome back. And it looked good for wood grain, you feel like? Yeah, I think wood grain would be the key to some of these guys. Wood grain, if I knew how to do the wood grain. We can definitely look at some wood grain. Like, these guys are metalish. This feels more wood, but again, these are simple colors. It might be because you can't, well, I say you can't, but it would probably be a thing of like some sort of dithering texture for the feel of things. I'm not much of a fan of it, but it has its place. And also, you don't know if you guys went through this in isometric top down. The size of the top down is the same as the bottom. You can use this to check how much the object covers. Interesting. And we did not go over that. Not one bit at all. I can see it, yeah, because if it's this tall, right? But then you have some of it as the ground. This would be the ground, or this could be the ground. I can see it, yeah. And not that part on the top of the shelves themselves. Got ya. You mean, hold on. This here and this here for the highlight, I'm guessing, of the shelves. Oh!
Nasoy raided the stream with 19 views.
Nasoy, thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Hi. Cool cat raid. Cool cat raid. Thank you, and welcome, everyone. I do these Pixelart study streams. I try to do them once a week. I try to cover topics that I don't know how to do. In this case, it's objects, and right now we're working on a bookcase, and we're doing it in a limited color palette so we can get the form down, the design down. And I try to go over, you can see here, tons of different games, different art styles, things of that nature. So I take the ideas, I take the references, and it's a learning stream. It's about trying to get better, even if you're not so good.
Crazy Cowboy Coder is now following.
Thank you, Crazy Cowboy Coder. So this is the first time I've ever drawn a bookshelf, and I'm trying to learn and trying to understand, okay, how do people do it in their games, and how can I learn from them? And that's why the bottom one looks more chunky. It does have a chunky feel. I'm not too sure about the highlight on it. I get the highlight reason, but I'm not too sure. And those are some awesome Pixelart assets. Thank you. And maybe a zigzag pattern on the top would make it feel like wood, like the one sprites you just showed. Would you allow? You mean nope? I don't know which one you're talking about. This one was there found. This was Undertale Yellow. Let's see. Nope. Now just do 1 pixel thick. Okay, hold on. So you mean, hold on. Move this guy down here like this. Oh, okay. Oh, like that, you mean? Right? If I had to guess? I'm guessing. I'm estimating here. I can see it. I don't know. I just don't know about this bottom guy. I feel like it shouldn't be as highlighted. Maybe like this, less highlight, because it's at the bottom. You don't see much of the bottom. And the bottom, oh, zigzag pattern on the top. Okay, on the top. Like one of the pattern and sprites, the bottom one most right. Bottom one most right. Oh, right, left, bottom. One of these, most right. This one here, is that the one you're referring to? Where you said most right. Oh, this guy here. That's the one you're referring to. We can try. You mean something like this, and then it would be like this, and maybe like this, and like this for a zigzaggy feel? That's not too bad. It's not quite zigzaggy, like there's zigzag, but I can see it working out. Maybe, it's just difficult to do because of the limited color. Let's see, we have 2 up here, 2 up here, 2 up here, 2 up here, 2 here, and then we have 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? On the top shelf. Maybe on the top. I can certainly try. Let's see where the space is. Yep, you mean this guy here. So, you would mean like this here, and then if it's more lightning kind of design, maybe something like that, or, oh, hold on. Like this here, like that, and then this here, and that there, and we're out there, and there, and here. Let's see. You can go ahead and paste. Oh, hold on. Paste this guy here, like this, and then like here, possibly, and then paste it up here, and like that. Maybe you mean the design should be different, but you see what they mean? Pan up to the reference of the shelf. Oh, shelf. I see. See, this is why references are important. It's kind of got a longer line. Mine are very formatted and zigzaggy. Hold on. I'm picking up what you're putting down, I think. I hope. Let's see. Kind of like this, like that. Maybe, okay, let's get a little crazy here. Some of these, like this. Maybe, yeah, there you go. And some of these, some of those, yeah, and then maybe some of you, yeah, maybe some of you, yeah, yeah, this is artwork in the making. Some of these, like maybe here, we got some lines going on, maybe some lines here, maybe some lines here. Kinda, sorta. It feels too dark though. Art. Exactly. Oh boy. I mean, it may be just because I'm not doing around the right texture. And now take the second brightest and draw a pixel above the line, but don't draw all over the books. Yeah, I feel like with the palette we have, it's a little hard to do. It feels too hard on the feel. And now take the second brightest and draw a line, pixel above the line. Do you mean second brightest? There's only 4 colors. We only have 4 colors. Looks dirty, I can feel it. We only get 4, hold on. Let me grab you. There we are. I'll move you down here.
Via Kadu is now following.
Sounds like avocado. Via Kadu. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. And thank you. Oh, hold on. I forgot. I need to do / shout out. Yep. And then I have to do NILS Nisoy. There we are. And no, was it I? Oh, I'm forgetting. NLSOI. Did I do it? I think I did it. Lovely. And NL Soy. Thank you once again for the raid. NL Soy. Got ya. Thank you once again. And I hope your stream was great. And third brightest. Here are our only 3 colors to work with. Let me grab these guys down here. And X3, I rarely stream. That is, I try to stream as often as I can. Three times out of the week, but sometimes I can't. Or just soy. I might have to go with soy. Let's see, third brightest. So this guy here, this is the third brightest. I don't get what you mean, Zero. This is all the colors we have to work with, and we appreciate you do every time. It's fun to have those either on YouTube or something where even if they don't stream as often or don't post as many often videos, just having them there is lovely. Yeah, I think for our purposes, this will be a-okay. I think we'll be all good to go. Let me go ahead and save it here. And now we get to the fun part, and that's the second brightest. Oh, numbers, the third one is the third brightest. Oh, this guy here, that's the one we were using. That was the guy that was at top, was the third brightest, but let's keep it at this. I think this is fine here. Let's now try to add a little bit of color into the lives. Let me go ahead and grab this guy. So this was our final, and let me go ahead and do, this is our finals, the final. And do you plan to make your own game eventually? I'm glad you asked. Oh boy, hold on. Let me bring you to, just very quickly. Just draw here. I am currently in the process of making a rhythm typing cafe game called Necrotype Cafe. If I go to my itch here, I think I can. Necrotype Cafe. You can see some of the screenshots here. It's still in the prototype phase, but I want to make a cafe, hence why we're doing chairs, tables, and bookshelves. The idea is that it takes place in a school or prestigious wizard academy. So I'm gonna need to know how to draw bookshelves very well in order to have some, potions on the bookshelves and skulls and some other things of that nature. So this is definitely why I'm doing these studies, as I will need my own assets. Yep. Let's go ahead and go back to this guy here, and no, not the elevator. You've been spared, Zero. And are you planning on releasing it on Steam in the future? I am indeedy. Right now it's on itch because it's in the prototype phase, but I eventually do want to release it on Steam once I have like a demo or something. It was supposed to be a small game, but I've only been, it's not a small game anymore. I've been working on it since last August, and I can say this, never make a rhythm game. Don't touch them, especially if you've never done a game before. That's the second time I've ever made a game, and don't touch rhythm games. Stay far away. Stay away from them and RPGs. That would be my advice. Let's see. Let me go ahead and copy this guy. Oh, never mind. Let me merge these guys down. Merge down. And sounds like you're having a fun making it. Oh yeah, I'm having a blast. I am. I can certainly say that. I'm learning a lot. And you're thinking about it, not gonna lie. And MMOs. Yep. Stay away from MMOs. Stay back. Stay very far back. Don't touch them. Don't even look at them. Don't acknowledge their existence. And either that or you're incredibly stubborn. I like to call it persistent. There's a big difference, okay? I like to call it a can-do attitude. The lift. Oh boy, here we are. Yeah, you know, it's at that point where I'm in too deep. Might as well finish what I started. But now that we have these guys here, our top down and our forward style, we can now attempt a lower. So let me go ahead and do this guy, movie there. Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and do color. And time to make my rhythm MMO. Blitz, you'll be at it for 20 years. Oh boy, that sounds awful. I can't even imagine. It's already a rhythm typing cafe. It's three genres. Oh lord. 3 genres. Now, I'm thinking wood. I do like the idea of a wooden bookshelf. Now, I like, I guess I can ask, what palette should we use? Do you think this palette or this palette? These guys here. I've noticed this guy is a lot more saturated. This guy here. This guy's softer. I definitely have enjoyed Resurrect, and I like using palettes because I just like looking at them. Eventually I'll make my own palette, but for now I'll look at them. And Chef RPG, oh yeah. Chef RPG is coming out though, slowly but surely. What are we feeling? I'm thinking, you know, I always use Resurrect, and I've been trying to do some new guys, so let's take a look at you, WLK44. Why don't we? But go ahead and with a banana theme, stay away from bananas. Disgusting. And one reason I also want to make my own palette is because I like the idea of using the same colors for something else. For example, this side here is a highlight for this block, and it's for all of these blocks, which I think is really neat. So it's that thing of, when you make your own palette, you can reuse colors. And that's funny because you're thinking about making a rhythm game that trains people to use VIM. What is VIM, may I ask? That's an interesting one. Let's go ahead and just use this dark color as our dark outline for this guy here. Oh, there we are. Our dark outline for this guy here. Change up these colors just a smidge. And maybe, let's see. So if we're going for brown, I'm thinking like a light brown possibly. Maybe this brown is the brown we can go for. Maybe like this guy here. Now that we have color at our fingertips, it's gonna do this. Gonna add all the color, all of it. I'm gonna make it a very simple colored looking thing. Speaking of, let me make this centered. And there we go. And Vampire Ice Cream Method, it's a text editor. Oh, that's where I've heard it for. I remember it from somewhere. Someone's talked about it before. I think Vim is open source, possibly. I think that's where I heard it from. But you can correct me if I'm wrong, by all means. I believe that's where it originated from. There we are. And if Vim is too hard for me, yeah, it is. Yeah, I remember Vim then, 100%. Let's go ahead and grab these guys since this is the shelf. This is the shelf. Let's do that as the shelf. That's the back area, so we'll just go ahead and do this guy here. Yep. We'll modify you. Don't you worry. This is the top as well, and then you need my game. I mean, if you do end up completing it, I by all means will give it a try, as I do like learning, and I like things that trick me into learning. They're always great. Speaking of, hold on, give me 1 second to blow my nose. Where's the button at? I found it. There we go, much better. And let me get that sanitizer.
Anirian95 is now following.
Thank you for the follow. Anirian, what an interesting name. Welcome to stream. I'm just using the outline for now as these guys here. And the idea is that we use the references later. We try to go off of our own ideas, and then we compare and contrast with what we thought, and then what the actual games do and show. We have on here the bright brown, and if we're doing the bright one, I think that was the bright one, right? Yeah, the bright of the bookshelf, and maybe it's a bad professional. Maybe you're a bad professional programmer though? Starts pondering. And don't worry, I'm a professional programmer. I've never touched Vim or its cousin Emacs. Never heard of that one before. I'm learning all sorts of new things apparently. Emac. That sounds terrifying, and you just came here. that where I remember the name from? It sounded similar. But welcome from the other side. Welcome. For now, what color should we do the books, do you think? I'm thinking we can do, let's go for, you know what, I like this red. I feel like this red would be a great color to do. Oh, never mind. Undo that line there. And colors are frying my brain. And welcome from the other side. Sounds like you got isekai'd. You know, many viewers on here do feel that way when they go from either Twitch or YouTube. It's all sorts of isekai'ing, it seems like. At least if you let them tell it. And never knew there was a plugin. Oh, plugin for where? Hold on. Let me see. Plugin? I missed something there. Nope, I missed it. I can't see the reply to the reply thingamajiggy. I missed the conversation. But Vim, I really will have to see about it. I'm gonna do these guys like we did for the top grade. So that was our top guy there. That was the top guy. So now that we have color, we don't have to imply shape if we don't really wanna. For example, these guys in the center, we don't really have to have them as the outlined edges anymore. I can go ahead and just, you know, move these guys out. This is the back line. These aren't the complete colors. These are just the ideas of colors. And these guys also have the top-down look to them. So we'll go ahead and add these guys here. And then we can go ahead and let's see. If it's a short book, how does that look on a shelf, on a top-down shelf? Like, let's see. Any good references? Your referencey book? This is certainly top-down. You can see some of the edge and the side for that guy there. Edge, side, top. Some guys are bigger than others. Maybe that's something we can do. Maybe we can make a book bigger and as an effect. You can go ahead and this guy is 4 down, so maybe we can add a red here. And you don't know, oh, VS Code, Visual Studio, X Code, whatever the job requires. I used to work in Visual Studio. Never again. I don't want to go back. You don't know what the Vim talk is about, but VS Code plugins. VS Code. What's VS Code? And all those have Vim plugins too, that's why you love Vim. And follow me on this. Try making the dark parts dark purple. Ooh, I'm just adding colors right now. I'm just trying to recolor everything. But I'm not opposed to dark purple. I think having some green books could be fun. Maybe we can do some green here, you know, contrast our red and our green. It's always a good thing, right? I'll go ahead and add maybe a green here, red here, like that. Maybe we'll make this green and then I'm fine with the books, some of them being blue. But we're gonna need a different blue. Possibly this light blue could be fun. And Visual Studio, the base one, got ya, pretty bad. And just a different text input. Interesting, okay, all right. Let me go ahead and make these guys our blue. I'm thinking that can be the blue one, that can be a blue one. Maybe that's a blue one. I'm no longer liking this color array. It seems like that red is super bright, but then the green isn't super bright. The green's pretty muted. But I mean, we could always just add more bright colors. I've been unlocked. I have all the power now. I can't be stopped. I will have yellows here and green here and all the colors. All the colors. It'll be beautiful. It'll bring a tear to my eye. Oh boy. Something like this here and nerds geeking out about text input on chat while the streamer does art. I mean, this is a very nerdy stream to begin with since it's just game dev stuff. So I mean, oh boy, I will never touch. And for as long as I can help it, I really don't want to ever. Maybe someday, but Visual Studio, oof, nada. Okay, let's do dark red on top. And don't forget to add the darker green. Yep, that's what I'm going in and doing now, the darker colors. So we have this guy here, and Eris is a nerd. Actually, I prefer the term, nerd. Oh boy. The darker blue would be darker blue here. So this guy here, right? And on the topic of colors, do you have a tip for making palettes? You have trouble trimming unnecessary colors? Maybe making simple palettes hard? Hi, by the way, Cine Star Man. Welcome to stream. I was thinking about that. Next week, I think it would be really fun to do a color study stream. And Eris Nerd and Rouge, you win. Oh, that'd be awful. But I would love to do a study on how to make these guys here, how to do the color bridging, delete unnecessary colors. I've seen some videos on it, but I think it would just be really fun to do a deep dive on it. So there's your answer, City Starman. I have no clue. Not one bit. That's my answer and I'm sticking with it. And top of the rest, just white for the pages. Oh, great idea. Okay, hold on. We have white here, maybe a darker white. Darker white, like, hold on. Like this guy here, probably a gray. And what if Eris has no opinion? And I'll be honest, I'm unclear of Eris's opinion of VS. Are you now? You don't say. Do I need to perhaps speak a little bit louder? Let's see, this is the dark color. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong one. So this is dark blue. Yep, that's for dark blue. We need the dark red. So we have red here. Then we could just easily go to there for dark red. I'm telling ya. Once I make my own color palette, I'll be unstoppable. We have that for there, this for dark red. Truthfully, maybe not darker, but for right now. Oh, I just realized that needs to be like that. We need a dark yellow, so we can go back to our yellows. Let's see. We have this yellow, our dark yellow. And let's see on here. I don't know about that. I'm not too sure. Maybe we can do, grab that color, swap that there, swap that there, swap that there, and then do the red. There you go. Don't you just look like a beaut? And now one of the pixels of white at the bottom to make the shadow? What do you mean, Zero? Hold on. And one step at a time. I'm still not done recoloring. I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a slow writer. I'm a slow drawer. I move at a turtle's pace. Granny style. Let me grab this guy here. Oh, this guy here. Okay. I think for the most part, we need these guys to get a different color. Right now we'll have the tabs as these colors. We can modify them later. But right now, that's the tab color. I'm gonna go ahead and have this as the tab for here. And tab here, 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 and then here, I think is fine. And these guys, oh, I forgot. These guys needed to have like that, right? Like that, and then that needed to be like that. Is there any way to do like this? Possibly no. These guys might be a little bit tricky. Possibly. And it's been a great stream. It's getting late, and you've got a presentation to give tomorrow. Oof. Best of luck to that. You'll catch them on the YouTube vlog. Take care. Thank you for coming, Logan. Truly. And on one top of the books on the top shelf, add white at the bottom so that the tops are catching the light. Add one at the bottom? Hold on. Let me finish these guys. So this is, I believe I made it 3. Or actually you would see more of it because it's at the bottom of the shelf. So maybe something like that. And then we have these guys here. And then, I wanted the staircase of bookshelves, or books. I feel like this is possible. Maybe something like this instead, like that. And then like this. Oh, hold on, wrong color. Something like that instead. There you go, like that. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. But now that we've kind of recolored it, I have to say, so far liking this one just because of how stylistic it is, but then again, I'm a little bit biased when it comes to blue. I don't know if you can tell. Oh boy. Let me also, before we start, actually no, this is, I just want to remember about that outline, shaded outline, but we'll get to it when we get to it. Let's see, one top of the books, and yeah, okay, we're good. So top of the rest is just white for the pages, yep. Now 1 pixel of white at the bottom to make the shadow. See, that's where I'm a little confused about shadow guy. Oh, we could also do for this guy here, because it's in the dark, or, I mean, that could be a binder. That could also be like the wrap of the book. It could be either or. I think it could be darker. Maybe we do, yep, that's the perfect darker. Like that guy there. I think that works a little bit better. And again, I'm looking down here for the zoomed out version to see, all right, do I like this guy, darker, lighter. I feel like this could work just shaded wise. And oh, it's just a very interesting mindset to be able to see multiple purposes in color and make simple, versatile palettes. You're very excited about the study stream when it's time. We can learn together. Yep. It was one thing, as I said before, I realized my understanding of colors is not where I want it to be. So I've gone back to using as little colors as possible. So I'll be excited. I'll be super excited to get better at colors. And I did read that. Good. And he recommends 6th division dense writing tutorial. It's very game specific, but it gives interesting ideas for character design. Let me copy that guy there and, save it to, yep, I'm just gonna copy you there. Oh, if it'll let me, I'll also open that in another tab for later. And did I miss anything else? Vim, nope, and okay, good. I'm caught up. Alrighty. So for this guy here, and I remember, here I was talking about something. So this is let me move this up here. This is a blue. You can see here, it's a blue-black. If it was fully black, it would look very different. If we grab this, I say very different, but I always think the black outline. This is technically a shaded outline. If we grab this very quickly, just for demonstrational purposes, and I make this black, hold on, black like this, look at the difference, right? Small, but a difference. And I don't know, I always think that's neat. And the funny thing is that while even trying to explain this, you did it 3 times by accident and then removed it. Oh, that's silly. Oh, it's the complete accident. That's even worse. Oh boy, and oh, wrong button. Merge down, there we are. Okay, let's see. Top of the top, add white at the bottom so that the tops are catching the light. Do you mean like this? Hold on, like that, possibly? Or do you mean, I think I kind of get what you mean, possibly, or maybe like this? Something like that to show that it's fading into the background on the tops. If I had to guess what you mean, Zero. But I haven't done this, but if I just had to guess, yeah. Yeah, I can see it as just shading. That can definitely add a bit of oomph to the feel. I'll go ahead and do that. I think that's more than fine. I don't know about this dark blue for this blue that we have. We can see here. This guy's supposed to be this guy's dark blue, but that doesn't really feel dark blue. Maybe we might have a better time if we use this blue instead, and then used, let's see, this blue instead, possibly? No, I kind of like this blue. I feel like that blue's fine. And Lexi, welcome to stream. Though I can't read that. If you could possibly try to keep things in English to make it easier for moderations and things of that nature. But that's better. I see. Ah, there you go. Thank you for the translation. And hi, you're a pixel artist too? Well, welcome. All pixel art people of all types are welcome here. I assure you. Oh boy, but welcome. And see that they say that the shadows and dark colors can work when squared towards blue and purple if you don't want to use pure. Yeah. And just for curiosity, what is the name of this color palette? I'm glad you asked. It is the WLK44 Wild Leo Night. That is the one I'm using at the moment. I usually use Resurrect 64, but I wanted to try a little bit differently and like spice it up a little bit. And I do like it good. But welcome, Flexi. Really. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I can see that. And picked her on low spec. Yep. It's on low spec. I keep saying the words incorrectly. Yeah, low spec. It is a low spec pack. And also don't forget to add a darker green line over the horizon button. I think I get what you mean. You mean, go back over here for a quick second. Like a dark green, like an outline green. This is dark green, so possibly we'll have to make the green even lighter. But I think I get what you mean. Possibly something like, oh, hold on. The issue is it's already pretty dark, and low spec is good for study. It is indeedy. Low spec has so many lovely, what am I thinking of? Lovely, I can't remember. Hold on, let me just very quickly. Low spec. I have a lot of these guys saved, and I tried to see if I could link you to my liked palettes. That's not a thing, unfortunately, so I can't link you to the palettes I've liked, but I've liked a good few. I like the ones that look like, oh, hold on, like this. Oh, if it'll let me. I don't think it wants me to show you, but where you can clearly see the, and let me do a screen copy just really quickly, where you can see it, like these guys here, right? They, I like seeing the palettes in use and seeing all the colors. I don't know if you can tell, I'm a pretty big fan of warm colors. But there is also Russians here. Yep, I believe, I know one more, at least on Discord. And palettes, indeed. And horizontal, that's diagonal. So horizontal is on the horizon. So horizontal is, yes, right? Right? I believe so. Possibly. Oh boy. I don't know why I duplicated these guys. Or, I know why. This guy's the new one. Oh boy. Let's see. The one lying flat. You mean these guys, right? And don't forget to, okay, horizontal. Yeah, okay. Add a green line over the horizontal. So what you mean is something like, I'm picking up what you're putting down. And then maybe like a little guy like that, right? And the green one lying flat. Or yeah, I am. 100%. Okay. So saying that, yeah, okay. I'm liking it so far. And thank you, Flexi. I truly appreciate it for the rules. Okay. Okay, all right. It looks cartoony, yeah. I'm going for more of a cartoony feel. It probably looks cartoony because of the colors. We're about to modify that cartoony feel by doing this shelf. I think it looks cartoony because of the colors. So this black here, I know Zero was recommending using like a purple, and I do love me a good purple. Again, don't know if you can tell. But if I go ahead and just grab this guy, yoink him, you can get rid of a lot of that cartooniness from like this bubbly guy here, and ooh, interesting. What I really want to do though is have a darker brown for the wood so we can see more of the top. In this case, we have this guy here, right? And then this guy here. We can go ahead, Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. And I'm thinking possibly making this guy the bottom here, right? Like this, to show off the bottom of the shelf, or maybe even just 1 to 2 lines possibly, to show off it's going in the background. And that could help with the cartooniness because it's a little bit more detailed. I think cartoony usually is the less detailed it is. The less details you have, the less, right? And let's see. And then here, and here, and here, and here. Yep, okay. Something like that, right? I feel like that brings out a lot, or less cartoony because there's less middle ground. There's less to imply, I believe. Now, for this background, I'm thinking maybe a darker brown instead of the other colors, possibly this guy here for our background. Like this, right? I feel like it changed it, right? That cartooniness went from less cartoony just because of the colors. I think it helps with the feel. But now that we actually have a background to our books, I'm thinking this guy might have to be moved up a smidge. And now add the Necronomicon. The Num-Num-Numicon. Oh boy. I think the perspective for these guys needs to be probably like this to show off the bottom. Something like that could probably work a little bit better. But then again, these guys need to have their perspective too. So this guy would probably need to also be that one down. And then this bottom guy can be a little bit more modified. That would be that thing of perspective, right? The more you're going down in perspective, the more you can see it. So it gets that wider feel, or the more narrow, because it looks like that flat plane, because it looks like, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. It starts off looking like this, and then it goes to looking like this, and then it goes to looking like this, and then it goes to looking like this as you continuously look down at it. It gets wider. So because we're looking down at this one more than these, that's why I made this one bigger. That's more on the perspective right thing to do. You don't have to do it. I'm thinking it could be possibly like a neat way to show off the bottom versus the top a little bit more in terms of just perspective-y feels. I'm liking this now. Speaking of, I'm thinking maybe we do a different brown. This brown might be a little bit too bright. Possibly we can go for a softer brown. Possibly, oh. I ended up choosing the same color. And you just realized how nice the colors look. I do have the, oh, no. This is, yeah, that's that color. And try making it 3 pixels thick. Sure. Would not mind one bit. You mean this guy down here, right? 3 pixels thick? Like this and this, and this and this. Ooh. Interesting. It definitely adds that oomph and dynamics. Now, if we look... Oh, we wanted to look at this guy too, right? The bottom bit here. That was one thing we wanted to add. We couldn't do it because of the shadow, but now we're not limited by color. We can go ahead and do something possibly like this. And we can move it just a smidge. And 3, 2, 1. Ah, got ya. I felt like 2 didn't look right. When I did it 2 here, the perspective didn't feel right because you're looking down. This feels right. A lot more right than having the 2 line on there, I'd say. Just something about it didn't seem right. Let me go ahead and, oh, hold on. Let me do this guy here. Where's our center guy? You need to come all the way over here. Come on down to Funky Town. There you are. Lovely. Welcome. Ticket for 1. And you think all the shells need to have the same thickness for perspective? Well, that's the thing what I'm saying about perspective is that this would be kind of sharper perspective in the sense of, oh, hold on. Undo. Redo. There we are. Okay. And, oh, thank you, Cine Star. How kind of you.
Acento just subscribed. Cine Starman gifted a
you
tier
hate
1
to
sub
pop
to
in
Acento.
skedaddle. your brain says time to
Mossy
chase some
Media
study.
just
Till we meet
subscribed.
again.
Cine Starman
Flourish of
gifted
cape.
a tier 1
I
sub
do
to Mossy
appreciate it.
Stone
The
Media.
little bit of sub, Cine Starman. And
Sonic
I'm telling you,
228
color is one of my
just
favorite things about
subscribed.
art.
Cine
I am a
Starman
color
gifted a tier 1
maniac,
sub
so
to
I am.
Sonic
I really am. I think color would be a
228.
great thing to just look over. And
Quelm
I still need to
just
wonder if I need to.
Cine
all the
Starman
things at the
gifted a
bottom.
tier
And
1 sub
gotta
to
fix
Quelm
that
underscore
too.
Nos.
It's a little bit of a work
Hum
in
Use
progress.
Dumbus just
But,
subscribed.
thank you again, and I hope you have a lovely
Starman
day.
gifted a tier
Let
1
me go ahead
sub
and
to
erase
Hum
this
Use
guy
Dumbus.
here. That name's still so silly. Hummus Dummus. Oh boy. What do you think of this? At the bottom here? Maybe it should be more so like this. Like that. I think that works out maybe a little bit better. Maybe this guy should be thicker like this. Yeah, I think that works. It feels stronger having the 2 at the bottom. I think that works out a little bit better. And I did read that. Good, good. Okay. Now, what else? What else did I want to see? I don't remember. So to make it less cartoony, something that you could do is do like this. And don't you think it just remove the cartoony feel just a smidge? Just even if a little bit. This versus this, the cartooniness I feel like has been removed. A lot of cartoons, like I was saying before, have that really sharp black outline. So that sharpness makes it cartoony, and less cartoony is things that are more on the realistic side. So that realistic side is the lighter colors, the lighter feels. So if we go back to, let's see, this guy here, maybe instead we can do not a white, so it's super shiny. Maybe we do like a light color like this guy, and never mind, that's the same color. I'm telling you, this pack always gets me. So this is the normal color. This is the highlight of that color. So we have this guy here. So maybe instead of it being white, we do this. So it's less poppy, less plasticky. And then for this guy here, maybe we have, so this is our dark brown. So now for our dark brown, we do a little bit of a lighter brown. Maybe this warm brown up here. Maybe that's a little bit too warm. Maybe this guy actually. Yeah, this guy instead, possibly a little less. So go back to the other one. I think that one works out a little bit better. So this guy instead, yeah. I'm looking here, I can't really see the difference too much. This guy I can see the difference out, but it might be a little bit too much of a difference. What do you think? I like both. I can't say that for certain, but...
Ari_Portier is now following.
Hold on, I saw that, I heard it.
PR Melina subscribed on YouTube.
Hold on, I can't see the names. Pori Porter. Portier. Thank you for the follow. And I heard that on YouTube. I believe, hold on. I keep needing to remember to pop up the stream elements on the thing so I can see the YouTube names if I happen to miss them. Let me double check on the YouTube names so I can give them a thank you. And are all the connecting sides on the palette the same color? Yep. Isn't that neat? And it was PR Molina, I believe, or Molina. You could tell me how close I got, but thank you also for the subscription on YouTube. But yeah, isn't that neat? You can see here, and I think that just shows off. I forget which illusion it is, but look at that, right? It's wacky. It does not look like the same color. Or this color is this color. You can't tell me that's weird. That's that. This is that. And it's just the way this person set it up for the palette. But I think it's not the same color so much that I keep on accidentally choosing the same color. Because in context, colors mean different things. And that is just wacky to think about. I have to keep reminding myself of it because it's the thing of, what? Huh? You're telling me that's the same color? What sorcery is this? It's lovely though, it is, truly. So looking at this guy, yeah, the power of color. Oh boy, maybe what we can do down here is do a little bit of a darker, smidge darker tone, possibly like this down here for the darker sides. What do you think of that? It's a little snazzy, isn't it? I really like these colors though. I'm a fan of rich colors, and this is a rich brown. And you left for 5 minutes and they censor someone, get another subscription. Things happen many times, it seems. And oh, what are those? I don't know what the thing is at the top. Oh, hype train, got ya. Telling you, Twitch is very interesting. Now I'm wondering, would it look nice like this, do you think? Like that, or it looks more like a wardrobe. That's the feeling I'm getting now. So I'm not too sure if I wanna do that. Now, what we had before were lightings on the shelves, right? And the perspective you're talking about is if you were looking at it dead on, but if it were tall as the middle, oh, hold on. The perspective, you think of it right from the view, you would see all of the shelves equally. Oh, okay, hold on. You're saying, oh, hold on. Let me undo this guy here. The perspective, oh, there's the thingamajiggy. Let's see. Who's the diva? Oh, that's adorable. That's an adorable little one. The perspective you're talking about is if you were looking at it dead on, but we're as tall as the middle or the top shelf. Yeah, that's what that was the idea, or at least, right? Oh yeah. Dead on. I see what you mean. Yeah. That's where you're staring at it dead on, and then that's below you. So yeah, like I said, realistic sometimes it's fun to do, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it looks a little wonky. But it's such an interesting thing. This is realistic, more realistic perspective than the other ones. And it feels weird, but it feels neat. And I would love to try to do it sometime, do like a drawing in this art style, or not art style, in this perspective. I feel like it would be a lot of fun. It would feel weird, but I mean, look at this table. Interesting. I can never say that enough. And I did read that, lovely. Okay. Aside from this guy here, I'm thinking, we can see about maybe adding the grain bits that we saw before, right? The grain fields, now that we have the other places, and it kind of looks like a giraffe as I'm doing these bits here, but now it kind of looks like a log. I don't know if I like this. Maybe more soap planks is the feel I want to go for. And today, okay, I did that right. Okay. Maybe what we can do here is have we'll highlight the shelf, so something like this, as the shelf is poking out. But I think that might be a little bit too poppy. Maybe we can have this guy a little bit like that instead, so it's not too outspoken, but that looks a little bit too shiny. So nah. But now that we have this guy as the basic, and I can't believe I've almost spent, what, 2 hours drawing a bookshelf? Oh boy. Let's see. Let me save here, and let's go back into here. Now, I don't know if this guy's going to be too handy, and this is more on the cartoony side, right? With the shininess of the edges, and I do like me some cartoony, but if I had to choose a style, I would say Undertale Yellow is probably my favorite in terms of shading, highlighting, but you can see here as well. Highlight the edges are also shiny, but it's also because it's like a shiny, plasticky sort of table, I would guess, and the outlines tend to be also black, which is not my favorite. I'm more, again, colored outlines you can see here, but again, it's that thing of just style. Take what you like, leave what you don't, and keep it going from there. You can, if you're like a thing of, well, I like this style, but I don't like this about it, change it up, do your own thing. These are here just for you to see it's possible to do this thing, and look at this chair. Oh boy, I feel like it would take me way over 2 hours to do, way over 2 hours to try to figure out how to draw a chair for my customers to sit in. Chairs are painful. And hi, you're so good with color palettes. Mine looks so ugly. Paula Morena, welcome to stream, and I'll let you in on just a little secret. I got this off the internet. So you don't have to be good at color palettes at all. This is not a color palette I made. I took a color palette, said this was a nice looking color palette, and I went from there. So you don't have to be good at color palettes if you don't wanna. It's that thing of just trial and error, and definitely comes down to the look of color and study, but there you go. That's the website you can go to that has tons of color palettes people have made. So you can find one you like and say, all right, I'm using this one. I'm gonna try to, like I said, next week, do a study on colors. I feel like that could be fun, and try to do our own block of colors. That could be really fun, and gotta learn from the best. Oh yeah, 100%. You know that a lot of wooden objects don't have a lot of highlights. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If we're going back to this guy, not a lot of highlights. This is just Undertale, well, not Undertale. No, yeah, this is Undertale. This is the Undyne's table. But not a lot, but gotta remember as well, this is, what is it? They don't use a lot of highlights to begin with. You can see here for this person. This person used the highlights for their Aseprite. This one, not too much. They did a darker area for the side, which is, ooh, you know what? Maybe that's the key here. We don't go lighter, we go darker. So maybe instead what we do is this, right? For the darker edges, because it's the side, right? Possibly? I mean, everything is the side. So this would automatically be darker. So never mind. I take it back. It looks, I mean, I like it. You know, I'm not opposed to the look of it. I think it adds a sense of oomph, but I don't know. It's always that thing of taste. And indeed, I hope you find that website helpful, Paula. I hope I said that right. Let's see. What else do we see with our observation blinking eye skills? These, again, Undertale doesn't really tend to have highlight styles. You can see here, this is more of a, what's the word? This is a highlighty planks, I can say that. I don't know, I know Stardew Valley has a bookshelf. I don't know if I'll be able to find it, but even on here in the cabinets, words, the highlight isn't very highlighty. So maybe we're actually gonna have to go less highlighty. Instead, something that is not as bright as this guy, possibly. So is there anything a little bit darker than this guy? I'm not too sure there is. We might have to go outside the color palette, possibly. Or maybe what we can do is take, yeah, you can see this guy is that highlight, right? There's this similarities, yeah. So this isn't too, it's not too bad. I'm wondering as well, just curiosity. Interesting. If it was a dark light instead of a highlight or a low light specifically. And try making the highlight the same color as the top of the bookshelf. We can try, let's see. Do you mean having it be like this here? It definitely feels more wooden. But I can also say I like how the highlight kind of separates the top from the bottom. I do like that. There's many ways we can go about it. Let me go ahead and make a save of this guy. I think it'd be easier to tell if we do side by side. Let's go ahead and, wrong thing there apparently. Merge down. Let's move you guy up here a smidge. Then move you, copy you, paste you down here, and then we can slide you to the right. And let's see, and what about little breaks in the highlight every few pixels? Ooh, great idea, we can try. So we have this guy here, which is no highlight. We have that guy there who's all highlight. And then let's see about a partial highlight. So let me go ahead and save this guy here. Copy it, merge you down here. Yep, okay, all right. And okay, let me zoom out. I try not to go zoomed in. So would it be this guy for a bit of our highlights like this here? Ooh. All right, you know what? I'm not opposed to that. Something like that instead. I feel like that's the nice medium. You get a bit of both, best of both worlds. I like it, I do, I think it's great. Let me get some more lemonade. And let me make sure that is this screen. Lovely, lovely, okay. Yeah, I think so. It's just a little bit. It might be because if you look at Stardew Valley, for example, it's kind of like this, right? Partial highlight, but just a little bit, just a bit of highlight. If there's not a full highlight, yeah, less plasticky, less cartoony. That was a great idea. Let's see, anything else we can do? I like the wood idea. Maybe we can possibly add some wood planks to our thing to add a bit of texture. So if we go back up here, possibly what we can do is have a plank here and a plank here to show off some planks. And then we can try to add some darker bits for the plank edges and try to do it that way. So we're looking at this guy here. Maybe we've got a little bit of dark parts here. And that's a little bit darker there. So maybe this here.
Morphinium is now following.
Morphinium. What an interesting one. Morphinium. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. And welcome to stream. And we do these.
A coved underscore is now following.
A coved. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to stream. Maybe something like this for a different feel, and then we can kind of modify some of the planks a little bit like this here and here. Possibly like this, and then maybe like that. What do you think? Does it make it look different? Usually I like to do a bit of a dark tone in the center of these guys, so something like this here for a warmer feel. Might even add a darker color for that really big, but you can see super dark, so maybe not. But it makes it look woodeny, kinda sorta, but I don't know if I like it. It definitely adds texture, I can say that, but I'm not sure on my, not sure how I feel about this texture. Let me go ahead and move this guy here, move it over just a smidge, lovely. Okay, and then, okay. Yeah, okay, let me remove it. That way we can compare and contrast. Bricks, interesting. Usually bricks are smaller, so a brick feel would be something more akin to like this. This would be bricky, usually is the feel, but it's interesting you feel bricks. Maybe because it draws attention to the shelves. That's a great point, yeah. Because that's a top, this isn't where we want the player to look. So if we were to do something more muted, maybe that would improve the colors because we want the player to look here. We don't want them to look up there. Let me go ahead and do this guy here like that. Okay, just so we know our variants. So if we do something a little lighter, might have to go off script again, but we'll see. So this guy here, possibly, or maybe even that guy. It's a little bit of a different color, so I'm not too sure, but we can try. So maybe perhaps use this guy here for this color, like this, so it's not as bright, but I don't know. Trying. And I see, got ya. Yeah, attention. So maybe possibly like this instead? Perhaps, what do you think? Oh, hold on, like this and this? How's that feel instead? It definitely feels less oomph. Something to think about. And hi, Holla, welcome to stream. Welcome back. You can see bookshelves aren't made of multiple rows of planks. You are very correct. And Chief Multi-Hat, welcome. You followed earlier. I do remember that name. And less plasticky. My brain hurts these days. Oh boy, my brain hurt very much all time. I do agree. And yeah, I can see it. I can see it being as, yeah, less than floor. That makes sense. It looks like it's on the floor. This would probably be, this would probably be a floor texture in itself. So this guy down here, hold on. Like, oh, never mind. I need to move just you, the bottom. Yeah, this would go for a floor instead. Just, you know, copy this head and move this head here. Yep, there you go. Like a floor. There you go. I can see it, yeah. More floor than top. And you're back after spending an hour pulling your hair over linking a library. Oh, hour linking a library? What do you mean by linking a library? I'm gonna go just a smidge intrigued. You know what? I'm gonna keep this. I like this wood. You know, I don't get to do wood quite often. So, you know, I make rules here. I'm keeping that. I like the way it turned out. Okay. And if they were more round, it would look more like wood grain. Ah. What do you mean by round? Do you mean make them bigger? Possibly if they were, let's see, hold on. Let me grab you. Oh, copy you. Move you downtown. And let's see. And hi, Rudy. welcome back again. Let's see. Possibly round, see. So maybe for round, it's usually like this, right? For round, and that's not what we have. We have more of a this shape. Oh no, we could do. Nope, never mind. It's this shape here, and that's the outline of the outline. But that's our build to start. So let them go ahead and do their thing while I get some water and blow my nose too. I do need to do that as well. There we go, much better. And let's see, another lemon admirer. As long as you don't eat your lemons. You can't, I'm telling you, some people bite them until like an orange or an apple. Blech. And you mentioned learning how to use GD extension before. Trying to use it in a noise library to experiment with terrain generation. Oof. I wish you luck with that one. I remember noise libraries being all the colors and things. That sounds oof. That's all I can really say. Oof. And eat raw lemons. You know, it's bad enough people eat bananas, but then to eat raw lemons? Terrible. Let me get some more lemonade. It's all gone now. I have no more of lemons, unfortunately. I also feel like the top of those books maybe shouldn't be gray. And the drinking water face is always priced. Oh boy. Have I seen your badge? I have indeed. And you know what? It is what it is. I even have a moderator who is banana. And you know, just the way it has to be sometimes. Sometimes rules are made to be broken. And you love them being gray? Interesting. I feel like they're too blue. Yeah, I thought as much. I think they would look better if they weren't as cold. I feel like my issue with them is that they are, and if you mess with the lemons.
Alistair00
Alistair,
underscore
thank
is
you
now
for the follow
following.
and welcome to stream. Gotta keep your enemies close. Don't tell them that. You hush, Lusk. I'm thinking what would make this better is if it were a warm gray. So something like this instead. Hold on, let me grab, let's see. Let me move you to here so I can do the modifications. New layer. Welcome, and thank you for the follow. Oh boy. Something like, I think this might work a little bit better. Oh, hold on. Continuous here, something like that, and then maybe a bit of darker, like that, or yeah, like that, and then, maybe a little bit darker. Something like that I might think feels a little bit better. What do you think? 1v2? 1, 2. 1 or 2. And keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I think for me, it's just because everything else is warm. It's weird to have that page as being cool. For me, having a warmer gray, and this is still a tan, so maybe more on the gray side, about there for more of a gray. And this guy here can be, yeah, that's more gray. And, okay, I did read that, good. And banana lemonade? Yeah, how dare you? The ad is over. Oh boy, banana lemonade. You're just trying to cause chaos now. I didn't know you were that type of person, Zero. No, I did. Never mind. I knew exactly the type of person you were, and I just question it sometimes. I wonder if the palette has a warm gray. I don't think it does. I think it's just cool grays. Yeah. This is the one time where we go a little bit off palette, as I'm more of a fan of these. The warm feels a little nicer. And lemons, the famous person once said, when life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade, make life take the lemons back. Get mad. I don't want your lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? I thought the saying was, when life gives you lemons, squirt them back into life's eyes. Wasn't that the saying? And hi, PD, welcome. And someone airs bananas ears. Nah, that isn't the face I make at all. That's the face of yes, I know who goes on the list. Now, you were saying to make it like a wavy grain, so something like that instead. Not quite that, but I get what you're saying. I know there were some references we could look at that were like a wavy green, so let's see if we can find them. I remember a few of them. This is the planks on the floor, you can see. Again, there for some of the dark bits of the areas. And life never gave us lemons. We made them by crossbreeding oranges and citruses. Interesting. I can believe that one. I can surely believe it. Let's see, this person, very cartoony feel. I think it also is cartoony if it is super simple. It feels like the less texture there is, the more cartoony it feels. You add lemons to everything. I add lemons are good in a lot of things, just as long as it's not raw lemon. Now, this here seems like an interesting texture. It's very faint. Possibly, again, we're gonna have to modify. I forget the song, but it was like modify. Okay, what we'll do is we will do like a long eye sort of texture. So something like this, possibly. And then like, yep, like that. And then possibly like this. Never mind, that's not a long eye. Thinking of something else. It's like a wavy, and then it's kind of like an eye. It looks a little bit like an eye, like this guy here. Yeah, it's more of the eye I'm thinking of. And then a wavy here. And then like maybe another eye here. I always like to call it the eye in the eye in the place. Let's see here. Maybe here. Maybe here. And then hold on. Like I said, I was trying to keep to the the rules of the palette, but there's no reason to not go out of it. And what I want to do is just make this a little bit lighter, like this, so it's barely visible. That way, it doesn't take up too much space, and it doesn't feel too intrusive like the others ones did. Erase this guy here, like this, and now what do you think? Does this feel a little bit better than the flooring one I had before? And you have a tree, lemon tree? Ooh, I bet it makes the best lemonade. I've always wanted to I make a mean strawberry jam, I can say that. So I'd love to have like a lemon tree, an orange tree, things like that. And like early morning or sunset, they make it warm, midday, white, when dark blue. Yeah, dark blue makes sense because the blue reflection of the moon or something to the color theory extent, right? Now I'm wondering about the multiply. Here we go. Yeah, there you are. Just a smidge of a difference. Not too much, just a bit of texture. Now, maybe we can do the same for here on the sides, possibly. Let's see. We can go back here, slide this to the right, and what can we do? Let's see. Maybe also here we can do the grainy textures, but this kind of feels like a log. That's my issue with it. When I look at the sky, I think log. And you're going back to learning JS later, React, TS, Type TS, next 3. You have to learn until it's blah, blah, blah. Then you turn 18, then have to get a job in some company and work as a web dev. Help. There's a programming class in your school, and the funny thing is that you have more qualifications programming the class. I can believe it, yeah. I used to take a ton of programming classes in school. Well, no, I say a ton, but there was really only one. There weren't that many. It just was a shame, but I took what I could. Now, for these lines, let's see. Just looking, oh, look at this. Some grainy textures here, which is interesting. Again, as like I said before, I think Terraria is more of a muddy feel, like a swamp. I feel like these are the type of colors and feels, these sort of textures you would feel in the swamp. But, yeah, swamp. And there's nothing wrong with swamp. And when I look at these guys, I get texture. Like, look at this texture here. It's interesting, what did you say? And nothing like waking up in the morning, walking out on a lemon tree, and ripping it a fresh golden lemon and taking a big old chomp. Hero, we're gonna have to have a talk. You and me, we're going to have a conversation. Oh, eventually. Oh, look at this. You can see here for this guy, they also do sort of kind of highlight. They do a double highlight, which is interesting, where it's all a highlight on one spot, and then they go back over with another highlight. And then on here, for some of the planky bars, interesting. Maybe that's what we can do. Instead, maybe we have like this, maybe like this guy here. It's supposed to be lighter though, so let me go ahead and do this. And Catagram YouTube Twitch allows you to post links because when you wrote type, they highlighted it purple. Huh? Who's want some now? And don't threaten me with a good time. Oh boy. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Saying that, is there anything else we can add to this bookshelf, do you think? Or is our bookshelf study on the more completed side? I feel like certainly if we had done maybe a different styling, but for what it is, I think it works out. Let's see, we look at this guy here, the outline's about the same, lots of highlights, we zoom out a little bit. Texturing on the drawer areas. Okay, alrighty. Interesting, okay. Got ya. So saying that, I think what we can last do is, since this is the last of these guys, and did I do anything? Oh, no, this was the last one, got ya. Okay. Let's go ahead and merge down, and this is our final, so let me go ahead and copy this guy. Well, this would be our bookshelf study. So let's see, let me go ahead and hide you. Oh, not hide you guys. I should be able to copy you and then go to final and paste you. Never mind, does not work. Doesn't want to work. Undo, copy, click, copy. Oh no, wrong thing. Copy, then go to final, paste. That should work. There we are, okay. So here we are. We have tried to do, let me move this guy here. I really like the wood texture on the bottom, so we're keeping it. But we have our first, and let me move these guys around just a smidge. First, we did the front of the bookshelf, then we did the side of the bookshelf, or the top down of the bookshelf. So let me grab this guy here. And then we did a colored rendition of bookshelf. And I think all have their charm. I'm a little biased when it comes to the colored version, but I really like it. I feel like it could work in like a really fun place. The colors of the books are very bright. So maybe if it were less colorful, it might work for a different setting. I think, there is a library in Undertale called the Library. Now, I don't remember where the asset is, but you can see a lot of these aren't as light, right? They're more muted tones and they feel more blended in, not as pop in your face as compared to, let's see, should be these guys. These guys are brighter. Not these guys though. Interesting. Got some grays and some whites and some browns and greens. All right, I see what you're doing. Saying that, let's go ahead and do. Let me grab this guy. Let me move this guy here. Oh, more guy here. There we are. Okay. So this is our four color bookshelf. This is our final bookshelves. Final bookshelves. SHELVES. And this is our color bookshelf. Bookshelves. SHEL shelf. LVS. Colored bookshelves. There we are. And greens. Greens indeedy. Alrighty, so that took a lot longer than I thought. And is that your page? I'm a little confused on that one. But what was I saying? Nope, I don't remember. Not one bit. Oh well. Let me move this back up here. Move this here. There we are. Okay. And save this here. Okay. So, oh, got ya. Okay, let me do the poll again because I'm curious. Since we don't have a lot of time, we probably won't be able to get to well, not probably. We won't. It took about 2 hours for the for the bookshelves. So we'll go ahead and do this. Which do question mark? Did we do table, chair, purple, and dash pull, pull LL, enter, pull, enter. Question, table or chair? Which one should we do? There we are. That's one started. And while that's doing that, let me get some water. So tasty, I tell you. It's not as cold as I would hope, but I'll take what I can get. We do have some references of some chairs and some tables here, so we're already in a good spot here. I'll wait for that timer timeout. Let me do these guys here now. Oh, you know what? While that timer is a time rank, let me show you some really cool artists I was able to find. I showed you this person earlier, Z4HHL. They were the person that did the lovely, what is it? If I go back to here really quickly, you can see they did this asset pack that you can get. And I just, oh man, oh, you can't see it. Hold on. Hold on. There you go. You can see it now. Very pretty, isn't it? Let's go back into where we at, paragraph. And having books taller and taller as you look down at the shelves, as well as having the shelves a little further away top down, gives you top down depth as well. Yeah, it's the little things in the top down, I'd say. Look at these guys. This person does more of a modern design, and the style is completely different than everything we've been looking at, right? And I think, hold on, like a blacksmith, I think there it is. How they create the room. I think time lapses are really neat to look at, because it lets you look at what is it? What I'm looking for. It lets you look at the process. There we are. And blocking things out. How do you even get started with a big piece? I do this and this. But let's see. Table. Interesting. Okay, hold on. Gotta do a little bit of math here now. You did something like this, but in Blender? Ah, I've heard Blender's really good for blocking things out. That's interesting to know. Let me move this guy down here. And move this guy down here just to... Okay. That's 2 votes for table. And, 0 votes for chair. So let's see. Number-wise, 2 people for table and 1 people for table. So 2 votes out. It seems we're the chair. Alrighty, chair it is. That ended that. Got ya. Alrighty, chair it is. Doesn't it? It looks very crispy. It always missed the votes. Yeah, I mean, I want to do more of them. They always seem very fun. And I said chair, didn't I? Chair, yep. I said I was counting up the rallies. Well, which one would you have wanted, Jaco? I'll add your vote in there. At the very last second, people started adding to the the vote on things. But would you have wanted table? Oh boy, let's go ahead and grab, where are we at? You're up. There we are. And let me go ahead and make you small. I would not mind one bit. And no need for math, I'll just give you the answers. Tables have 4 legs. The answer was chair. What do you mean, 0? Oh boy. But yeah, it was an astounding amount of number of votes for a chair. There we are. Words. Okay. Saying that though, let us get back out that palette that we had. And hold on, where we're at. Yep, you right there. Just gonna yoink you. Thanks for your service. And let me move you up here. Nice. Lovely. Okay. We grab you up here, drag you up here, do all the things and things. Now, for our chair, I'm thinking we can do, again, or not again, but this big. I'm thinking this big for our chair. So 16 wide, 32 tall. We'll start off with the small size, or we'll start off with the simple colors, and then if we do have time, we'll go a little bit bigger, or we'll do the colored version. And I'm surprised, this is the area, right? Yeah, okay. Let me zoom out just a smidge. There you go. And move you back up here where I can see. Lovely. But I am surprised. Usually I can do 3 things in a study, but today, I guess because it's the colors, also the different color additions, but what I'm thinking is we have a front-facing chair, right? A chair that's looking directly at you. Now beforehand, I did a block out of the bookshelf, and that's what I could do for this guy, like this, or hold on, like this guy, and I also need to do it, and I'm going to work. See you tomorrow? Sure, Rodrigo. I hope your work is lovely, and I hope you have a lovely day. Thanks for coming and stopping by and participating as much as you have. Let me go ahead and, You saw nothing. Let me go ahead and fill this in. I believe it's continuous. Yep. Okay. So then from here, let's go ahead and there's the blackout method, right? Or the other method again of just, I want a little bit of a leg here, maybe a leg here, maybe a leg here, maybe a bit of a chair here, and then a little bit of a chair here, and there you go. This is my chair. There's all sorts of methods, and I like about that. You clean this one up or you do the blackout in. For the purposes of this, to make things a little bit easier to see, I think we'll go for just a simple blockout. I saw everything, and you know it. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Zero. Not one bit. I closed my eyes to this. Yeah, I closed my eyes to this. Let me go ahead and make sure I save, and then we'll go. I'm thinking, let's go for something that looks like this. One of these chairs I feel like could be fun. So if that's the case, we're gonna need a bit at the top, right? And that chair is looking like Springtrap. Of all things, Springtrap. Here you go, hold on. Can't forget this. Now it's a Springtrap chair. There you go. There you go. And you can close yours. Mine are wide open. You see, y'all. Oh boy. Whatever shall I do? Perfect. Alrighty. So I'm thinking we can just, for now, and this will be front. If we do a front chair, are chairs usually towards the front? Or are they towards the side? Usually the chairs I see are in the side, and it's definitely perspective based. So, if you know what, for now, we'll do it this way. And let's start off with maybe, and I see y'all, by the way, you didn't wash your hands. I did! Alright, Zero, thank you very much. You know, hygiene is very important where I'm from, alright? A princess and all that, very, very important. Thank you very much. I'm thinking we do like this for our edges, right? And then as we're coming down, then that's this guy. And then we have our first line, so maybe we'll go down one. So maybe this guy here, like this. And then we go down, maybe another. And they're kind of curved, but for now, we'll keep it this way. And then realizing that we really don't need that big of a chair. This would be, I'm thinking perspective. Oh no, the perspective's getting to me. Oh boy. Oh, there's a princess here? Well, excuse you, Zero. I realize you don't recognize royalty when you see it. Speaking of, hold on. Let me clear my throat. We're all good. Oh boy. The Eldritch Princess. Thank you. No autographs, no autographs. Now, for this guy here, we have the... okay. Guessing for like this here, right? Maybe possibly a chair. And then we have the bits here for our top, like this here. I'm thinking it's a little bit too tall, truth be told. I'm thinking we actually only do too tall like this. Too tall. Something like that instead. And then maybe a little more like this. And then we have the part that goes down, right? So this is the side of the chair. And then we have our little legs, possibly like this. And then maybe our little legs in the background too. And then we can go ahead and maybe possibly do like this for our chair. Yep. I mean, it looks like a chair. When all else fails, as long as the thing you're making looks like a thing, even if it's crudely drawn, it still counts. It counts for something. Oh boy. Let me move this down a smidge. I feel like possibly like this might be a little bit better. It feels too wide, doesn't it? I feel like it's too thick. Too many C's. Yeah, like that. That might be a little bit better. And then smooth you over. And then instead of the background, yeah, like that. And should the back legs be visible in this? That's why I just erased it. That's what I'm thinking. You know what? I also realized I'm doing top down. Oh boy, I'm telling top down's the one I usually do. And then you saw me. I tried to add the perspective on it going wider. How do you do a front-facing chair? Oh, that's weird. Okay. This is fine. Work through this. But we're doing front-facing, front perspective, side scroller perspective. Ooh, okay. If we go down a little bit, go back to our two guys here. If it is front-facing, we can certainly see the boards. We can certainly see the sides. For the front side here, this guy here, it would more so look like this, and maybe add a little bit more on the legs here, so possibly something more like this. So it'll be like this. Like a high chair. And extend the columns at the top of the pixel art down, huh? What do you mean, Zero? Could you elaborate just a smidge? It might look like this a little bit. I feel like this would be higher for our seat. Or possibly like this instead. Like that, I feel like is more chair-like, possibly. Maybe even more akin to this. There we go. But that passes, I think, you know, if you squint. This is definitely on the top down side of chair. This one's more front side. Okay. Saying that, maybe it could be nice to add maybe a bit of roundness to our chair instead. So maybe, yeah, like maybe one of these. Maybe that can help add a little bit of flair. And, oh, I did try that. Good, good. And you're back. Apparently you forgot to train your model, so your PC's on overtime. What did I miss? We just finished up the bookshelves. Logan. And you can see here our final bookshelves. So first one, second one, and then the final colored version of the bookshelf. And now we're doing chair. That is where we're at currently. Go ahead and show this guy, show this guy. The top outline is 2 pixels thick. Ooh. Got you, and hi, Q. Welcome back. I have not seen your name in a good hot second. Welcome back to stream. Something like this, you need? I'm thinking maybe we make it look a little arched, so something like this. Does that look round? Sorta. Gorgeous bookshelf, by the way. Thank you. And I'm gonna do a chair as well. Oh, lovely. I love a good participation. I'm wondering here, for these guys, would these connect, you think? Like that? Yeah, yeah, like that? I don't know. Possibly. And hi, Eska. Welcome to stream. And, oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. And then maybe what we do is we grab this guy, fill it in, and then move it down. Oh, that's way too down. Way too down. Hold on. Like this. It definitely feels like a happier chair, but these parts here feel too high. Possibly one down, like this. I think that works a little better. I also kind of like the space in between. I feel like it helps add to the sense of, hey, this is a chair. Don't get it wrong. It is the thing I say it is. What do you think? And if you were doing top down, you don't know if you are. No, we're doing front facing. And top down, the top of the backrest would go to the bottom before it looked like it was going behind. Nope, we are doing top down. And the chair looks shocked to me if you put eyes on it. Eyes? Did you say eyes? Huh? Oh. Did you say the word? Kind of looks like a snail, huh? Eyes? Oh, hold on. There we go. It looks like possibly a crab. That's the feeling I'm getting. A crab chair. You'll get little crab arms here and the little pincers here. Snip. Can you see it now? Oh boy, that's the feeling I get with the whole, it looks like a mouth too, crab mouth, Jar Jar Binks chair. After having to draw Jar Jar Binks, I hope it's not a, never again. And magnificent. Thank you. And Mr. Krabs, it would be the case if there was a bit of money lying around. Tons of money. Now, I want to do round. I want the chair to feel round. I'm gonna bump this up to 1, like this in the side area. That way we can curve it possibly like this. Does this feel rounder, do you think? Possibly. I don't know. I feel like the flat side might have worked in our favor just a smidge. I feel like overall, this is pretty decent. We could also do the one we did before, right, with the flat flanks. So let's give that a go. A lot of ideas right now. This is just the designing stage, and that's why I try to keep it. It looks a bit weird that the middle thingy has no dark top. Oh, thank you for telling me that. I didn't see it. I was blind. Well, thanks for that one. Yep, it definitely is very weird. So now I'll go ahead and I'll move these guys down and move this guy down. And this definitely feels more, I guess, what's the best way to say it? Typical, right? And make the seat wider. Like this, you think? Like that? All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Maybe the legs can be wider, possibly. I don't know. I'm just, spitballing here. Something like that could work instead. But I was thinking it could be wider so that we can add a little bit of roundness to like here. Something like that, but I don't like it. Oh, we also have the bottom, and the wider seat looks better. Yes, gives perspective. It does indeed. I'm thinking, okay, so there's a bit of a flat thing here. You can see the top, right? So can we do that? Is that a possibility? The line comes down here, and then there's a bit of a plank here, something like this, and then it goes like this. And then we kind of have some things that go back, so I don't know if we can do those, but maybe little balls in the post? Do Do you mean at the top? So the top of the guy? I don't know if I have any references for the balls at the top. But we can definitely try. Do you mean up here? And then doing like this? Oh, that's not gonna work. That will work. And then something like this? I don't know. Hold on. Maybe not as... Maybe like this. And then like this. Like that, possibly? Maybe what we can do is do this guy inside with something like that. I just did the same thing. I don't know about that one. I think this guy could possibly go up a smidge, as well as the back. Maybe bring this guy up just a bit like this and help smidge. I think that could possibly be a little bit better. But now, you know what? Never mind. I like the small chunky little guy. Let's see. Anything else we can add? There's some rails on the bottom of this guy. There's a connector on this guy. Ooh, maybe we can add a little bit of a fancy flip here on the side. And comparing the reference, the planks on the back seem a little low. I am looking at all the references. I looked at, that's what I was saying. That's why I tried the other one before, right? That's why I moved it up. But I like how this one feels. I like this one a little bit better. I'm thinking maybe we take the seats of this guy here. You can see how it's thin in some areas and wide in some others. And it does look like a chair. You think what you dislike is a design, that it could be mistaken for a laptop. Yeah. I'm thinking what can help is if we do something like this, possibly. Hold on. Like this. Oh, hold on. Process. Bit. Just a smidge. Okay, you know what? I take that.
Is now
it looks like it has knobbly knees. And thank you, Skullazar. Sounds like Bulbasaur. Skullazir, maybe? You can tell me how close I got, but thank you for the follow. And try beginning not all the way up, just the middle planks. Goblin. I think you just see goblins everywhere. Oh boy. And try bringing maybe not all of it up, just the middle planks. So do you mean this guy up here, like that? Up, like that? So the sides keep the height and the planks are closer to the top? Or do you mean sides keep the length? Maybe you mean like this and this guy, like this? Do you mean? And got the Popeye arms for legs. Oh boy. So it seems it goes out, right? If I'm looking at the sky, where's my draw? It goes down and then whoosh. Mine does not do the whoosh. I wanted the whoosh. That's the attempt I'm going for. Maybe whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little bit of whoosh, possibly? I don't think so. Not at all. More. Alrighty, hold on. Let's move you up like this. Like that, you mean? That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Now these guys down here. Oof. I think maybe your thighs are just too big. Maybe? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Yeah, Gaia. The classic yeah. Oh boy. And now maybe this guy can go across the bottom. I'm looking at it, the curl at the bottom. Yeah, okay, curl. Curl like this? Like this? Yeah, oh yeah, that's a curl if I've ever seen a curl. A curl would look like, got this guy here, yeah, and then you have a little guy here, and you started here, and then you do a curl. That's your curl. That's a little cute curl. My curl, that's not a cute curl. Whatever you're looking at there, that is not it. And poor Cheer stepped on some They would not have feet if they stepped on some Legos. We can make sure that that's a blah 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 words. And rotate the curl. Rotate it, you say? Do you mean this way? Or which way do you mean? Like a this? Oh, hold on. Like that type of curl? Or which way do you mean, Zero? So let's see. Curl. Hold on. Curl. Or nope. This would be your up to curl. This would be your down curl. This would be your one curl. So then we have our curl. Yes, possibly. I don't know about that. It's not too bad. Maybe. It looks okay. You know? I think this guy needs to be thinner because it looks too thick on this bottom bit here. I think. Yeah. Possibly. I'm trying to do this guy here, but I don't know if we're at such a small thing of pixel art that that's not an option. You can also see here, these legs are very thin. Maybe we can make the legs thinner and maybe make it the way before and flip it vertically. Okay. Vertically is this guy. And you could try doing the subtle curve with lighting as the outline. Very true as well. Yeah, I'm only sticking to 2 colors for the shape. I'm trying to get the shape down, but definitely we can give that a go. To make it make it the way before and flip it vertically. Hold on. Like this, and then, oh, copy, paste, and rotate it 90 degrees. Like that? Is that what you mean, Zero? Let me get some water. Put on its new pair of feetsies. Maybe you mean a different way. Different ways to do it, that's for certain. Copy, paste. Maybe we go for the good old classic negative 90. More 90 degree on more 90. These are 90s, so you mean a more degrees, like a so we don't do that type of degrees. Okay. I'm thinking maybe make these thinner would help with something like this, possibly. Show off, hey, look, this is different. Like that, and then maybe we don't even need the curl. Possibly. This guy here also, I'm looking, I'm trying to see. These guys pop out, and mine doesn't really pop out, but again, it might just be because the sizing and 180. Oh, okay, hold on. So you mean upside down. Copy, paste, 180. 180. 180. That's not 180. 180. That is still not 180. There we go. And welcome back, Rudy. Like this, do you mean? This guy here? That looks like a little crab. Flip it vertically. It looks like it's gonna get ya. It's gonna get ya. Oh boy. Let's see. Flip it vertically, rotate it. We'll give it a different result. I'll flip vertically. Copy. And then rotate it. SpongeBob, me boy. Oh boy. 180. Like that? I don't get what you're saying. Oh boy. Okay. Maybe what we can do is do like, oh, hold on. Like this. And then we have 2, maybe 2 up here, and then 2, 2. No, no, let's just go, no. All right, you know, maybe this just was not meant to be. Or maybe we do it at the shading part of the line. Maybe this works. Crab chair. If it's feeling more and more, it comes back to crab, you accept defeat. I appreciate you trying, Zero, as always. Your attempts are appreciated. Oh boy, I know it's sometimes a oof. Let's see. Yeah, I think the little guy there at the bottom can show it as being the thing. Maybe we can even add here. You know, you can't see them, but they're there. Oh, they're there, possibly. Like this? Nah, I think this is fine. Possibly. Maybe. You know, I didn't think the chair would be harder than the bookshelf, but now we have our basic chair. I think this works. You don't think you've ever drawn a chair in Pixelart? Me neither. This is my first attempt at doing it. I think you can tell. I've drawn a crate, but never an actual chair. Was the chair taller than first? Oh boy. Let me go ahead and move these guys here. Move this guy up here. Move this guy over here. There we are. Alrighty. Now we have our before chair, now our after chair. Now let's see about adding some detailing. Some detail on this little guy here. Let's go ahead and move this guy over. Give me shuffle now. What are some things we can do? Let me zoom back just a smidge. First things first, I think, is just that shading bit there, right? Dark bits on the areas. And if we zoom out just a smidge here, I like having the highlight bits at the highlight, so possibly, I say highlights at the highlights. What I mean is, this is top, right? This is being exposed. This is the underside. So possibly what we can do here is do the outline like this instead. Less of a, oh, you know what I just realized? I can do this, oh, undo. This. Well, that, right? And then this is the top of the chair, so that would be that. So a little bit of a dilemma here. Looks like that's all in lighting, so maybe not that. And air is just short like purple smurf. I'll have, you know, again, above average. I'm like 5'11", 5'10".
Angry underscore
Thank you
loser
very
is
much.
now following.
And thank you, Angry Loser. What a name! Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. And rat. Is that a rat with a key? Angry arrival. It is a rat. Next time I draw animals, I really will have to draw a rat. That is adorable, I tell you. Okay, let's see. So maybe not that. Maybe what we do is the opposite, like that. Rodent arrival. Welcome. 5'10" is basically 6 foot. See? Like I said, I'm above average, okay? And hi, Connor. Welcome to stream. Is that a rat and a waffle heart? Oh, rats are adorable. I, at one point, want to own a rat. I shall. You can't stop me. And that rat has an ear pod. And here's I'm above average Rudy Colossal Titan from AOT. Now, for our lighting, I'm thinking something like this, right? For the lighting on the edges, like this. We'll just show off for our lighting to show, hey, look, this is the top of something. Possibly like, hey, this is the top of the chair, top of the other bits here. Something like this. And someone recognized so fast, finally. Oh boy. Lovely red, I tell you. Something like this could work, you think? Maybe? But this is the darker area, right? This is where we shade our darker bit here because this is in shadow. So something like this, and then maybe even this guy here is in shadow. Okay, never mind, don't do that. That's not a good idea. Is there a way we can add our highlights? We have 4 colors. We've only used 3. And should the bottom plank go down a bit? It can. This is supposed to be, that plank is supposed to be this guy, not this guy. I'm trying to make it look like this guy. So if anything, it should go up one, right? So like this, like that, right? And what are you drawing? Right now, I'm trying to draw some chairs. This is the first time I've ever drawn a chair, but I like to do these study streams on the once a week where I try to draw a Pixelart something that I've never drawn before. And today it's objects. So I tried tables, chairs, and bookshelves. I drew too many things, but this was earlier today from the stream. So this was the bookshelf A, bookshelf B, and bookshelf C. So front perspective, top down, and then colored top down. And now we're gonna try to draw a Pixelart chair, only using 4 colors, and they look good. Thank you. I never know how these are gonna go since I've never drawn it before. But it's fun in the sense of I have no idea what I'm doing, so you know what? Let's learn together. And I wish it was a little bit taller, and I did read that. Good. Okay. So I'm thinking something like this, right? It looks like a chair. I mean, definitely better. And you have a great day, Eris. Thanks for the great resources. I'll be going through all of it this Sunday. Yeah, Sunday will be a thing. Thank you for coming, Blitz, and thanks for chatting. I do appreciate your presence, and I hope you have a lovely tomorrow. You said you're gonna be going through it, but I hope it's not too bad. Thank you again. Let's see. Let me copy you, paste you. I don't think I did the side by side. Yeah. Hold on. There we are. There we go. And add the brightest colors at the top of the post and seat only to make... Oh, hold on. I'm missing something. And I think we should have a stream where you draw a Pixelart kettle and animate it, and then make the sound of a kettle to support it with audio. You know, I know there are some VTubers who have a tea kettle laugh. I'm not one of them. I can't do tea kettle. Bye-bye. Hello again. And add the brightest colors to the top of the post and seat only. That's on top of the post and the seat only. This is the seat, right? Seat, post, right? Or do you mean maybe split it in half? So possibly. And to those on Twitch who have no idea who I'm talking to, I'm multi-streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, so there's a YouTube chat going on as well. Oh boy, I'm not just speaking to myself, to weird space. There are existing people here present. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and merge this guy down, And what I'm thinking is, or possibly what you're saying, Zero, maybe you're saying, this guy here is the bright point, right? So this guy here, and then this guy here, here, and here. The outline then, or no, maybe this is the outline, possibly, right? Maybe this guy here in YouTube chat is the voices inside her head. It's not. And how much for the face reveal, huh? I have no idea what you're talking about. Not one bit. This is as real as it gets. Let's see. Like this here, and I'm people. Zero, you matter, alright? You exist. You are a person as a person gets. Though you are also a number, so there's that too. You're a person and a number. How about that? So maybe something like this instead, right? So all the bright colors at the top, and then our darker colors at the bottom. I think that's what Zero was trying to say. So then maybe something like this. So that's the tip top, right? Tip top shit. So far I like this one, but we'll see. And then now that we have the bright colors at the top, I can go ahead and also, I don't know why that's not mirror mode. I've been doing it all manually. Oh, hold on, slide this to the right. Oh, undo, slide to the right. There we are. Like that. Yep, that's the middle. There we go. Okay. So then this guy here, these guys here. And then, hold on. Did I do this wrong? Nope, I did this right. And don't believe you. Don't believe her. You're all just a concept, a great chat idea. Yes. Zero, don't listen to them. Don't listen to them. And where is there no mirror mode? Yeah, I'm telling you, when we do the draw togethers, I get lost in the fact that there's no mirror mode. I struggle. And there's an extra dark pixel on the right where they would sit. Oh. That hurt. Thanks for pointing that out, Eska. Oh boy, maybe something like this can work. Truth be told, I like this guy a lot better. I'm more of a fan of this guy. I tried to go different color, different shading for this one, so at the top it's brighter than the bottom. But no mirror mode equals math. Yeah, it's awful. You never want a non-mirror mode. It's terrible, I tell you. And there's snow in the chair now. That's what it feels like, yeah. Yeah, it's a thing of maybe you don't always have to use all the colors of the rainbow. And try just on the seat. Oh, you mean this guy here? Like this? Ooh, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. That works out pretty well. I think that works, yeah. But this edge here, so possibly maybe like that, or I don't think it matters too much, but I want it to look round, so I think having that there makes it feel rounder, possibly. I think this works. I think for our purposes, that can work. Let me get some more water here. How does this look like Terraria, Rudy? You know, I have a lot of questions, but one of them is, how look like Terraria? Look at Terraria's chairs. This looks nothing like a Terraria chair. Not one bit. Well, maybe because yeah, from front. Yeah, because of the perspective. All right, if we go back to the whole idea on perspective, if I click this guy here, oh, wrong guy. This guy here, on our perspectives, Terraria is side scroller perspective. It's from the side or from the front. It's just one perspective. I can see it, yeah. Cactus chair, my beloved. Does it hurt you when you sit on it? I would at least hope so. That's the feeling I get that would be the case. And also make the legs brighter, make it darker as the legs go up. Ah, I see, got ya. And oh, I thought I clicked something wrong. Okay, so you mean, legs brighter? I don't get what you mean. You don't have many colors to work with. And Game Boy Pokemon style? Yeah, just about. Game Boy is four colors. Game Boy is 4 colors. And this is practically Game Boy if Game Boy were hold on, I think I can do this. Let's see. Let me see. And it doesn't hurt, it's just canonically a bit uncomfortable. If I do, I should be able to do, if I click this guy here, and I do edit, and I do adjustments, and then I do hue and saturation, and I change the hue, oh like that just about Game Boy, right? Maybe lower the saturation a bit, like this. Now we're working in Game Boy, just about. You do red or green or purple, this, you know, not too shabby, but I always like looking at these guys, because there's different things. Aseprite, black magic. Up the saturation all the way up. Now it's a really bright color. Oh, that's pretty Game Boy. That's gonna be pretty Game Boy if I've seen some. Yeah, got ya. Let me undo that. So we're back to our colors. And it doesn't, okay, I did read that, lovely. And where the pink begins, make it lighter, plank begins, make it lighter down. So you mean this guy, or what do you mean? And that chair ain't taller than me. Hi, Ferris, welcome. And leg brighter and go, okay. Leg brighter. And do you have any more character skins? Do you mean characters that I've drawn before, or can you elaborate a little bit? I'm a little bit confused. And where the plank begins, so you mean this guy, make it lighter down. Lighter as in this lighter, like this? Like this, you mean? Ooh, that's pretty nice, pretty fancy. You, oh no, this is me as I get, blah, blah, blah. This is me as I get, as I say, yeah. She has, no, we don't talk about the business. That's just, you know, does it count as skin if you know, it's clothing skin when you think about it. I think that's a great idea, Zero. That worked out really well. Yeah, lovely, okay. Maybe what we can do is have these guys a little bit darker at the edges too, possibly. Maybe even do like this. I think this works out fine. I think this is a-okay. It is chair, and wait, sorry, kind of lurking, but can you show that thing with the color change how to do? No worries at all, and no worries for lurking. I am very much a lurker myself, so I, by all means, understand. But what I did was, I went up here to edit, I believe, and then you go to FX, not FX, adjustments. Great tutorial. And you can see hue and saturation. And then what you can do is hue is the color. So it's this guy up here. Saturation's, you know, the brightness. So I can make it like maybe like a red, and then I can make it a dark, or not saturation, never mind. Saturation is the amount of color. I know my color words, so this is black and white. This is all the saturation, as violent as it gets for the color. Luminosity is the white. There we go. In your face, so you can make it very black, and alpha is how clear it is. It's now a ghost chair. That's for there, and the preview selected all of those things. There's a lot of neat features on here. I think FX, yeah. There's like an outline, or you could just use Shift-O. Tons of different things on Aseprite. But there you go. And you know how you felt when you taught you how to make a wizard's hat in Blender, and you use the keyboard shortcuts you've never seen before? Oh boy, Ghost of Cherry Shima. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and unhide that screen. There we go. Okay. So this is our front-facing chair. I think we have time to do, okay. Do you think we should do a side-facing chair or a color chair? We have about like 13 minutes left. We can see about if, yeah, let's do a side-facing. I think that might be the easiest to do a reference off of. But these guys are all kind of multicolored chairs. You can see the back. Yeah, some of these are sides. So let's do top down side. Let's do that. And I see, thanks, MB. Am I gonna try test it? No worries. It's all fun about testing. Even the spring trap chair. I like doing these studies. It's all about just trying, trial and error. So if I were to do a chair from the side, top down, it's 5 a.m. for you. Oh boy, and I did read that. Okay, the seat would cast a shadow. Ah, so do you mean the seat would cast a shadow as in like, oh, hold on. This one might have to go down a bit or something. Just read all the black minus 1 post? Huh? Erase all the black? Dude, what do you mean? Can you elaborate just a smidge on that, Zero? Let me go ahead and save this, and let me go ahead and... Now, side perspective, top down. Oof, that's a little painful. This is why I try to do the 2 colors first. It makes things a little bit easier to see. So if we have, oof, side perspective, top down. Okay. Maybe like this, right? This is the top. And then this is our side of the chair, possibly, right? And it looks like a toilet. And then we have this bit here for our actual chair piece, right? Maybe? I'm eyeballing it here. Giving it a good old guess. Down here like that one. And then we have the little chair pieces here, so possibly like this. No, this is a new technique called blackout. Oh boy. Something like this, maybe? Possibly. And I see, got ya. Okay. Something like that, I feel like, but it doesn't look quite right. All the black, or all the back, huh? And yeah, Terraria chair. Terraria chair is this. It's one perspective. That's a Terraria chair. I'm making my top down. There we are, words. So actually this would be like this instead.
Who is now following?
Oh. Huh? Thank you for the follow. You can tell me how close I got, and if I need to repronounce it, I'll give it my best shot. Something like that. Move this guy down a bunch. I'm just trying to get the feel of it down. Like this guy here, move it. And actually, you know, since this chair looks like this, I'm not trying to say actually too many times, but let's try to do this from this perspective. This chair, right? Try to keep the chair as much as we can with the chair. Let's top down, and calling stickman level chairs Terraria style upgrades my personal art skills so much if I tell someone. Oh boy, stickman style. I do like doing the outline feel. I feel like that can help. And just erase all the back minus 1 post. What? Like this? Do you mean Zero? I'm still very confused. What you mean? Erase all the back. I'm trying, but it's getting lost in words. Like this here, that's the, oh, hold on. Like this here for this guy. Never mind, we go up one. Like this here. And then the back of the chair. Oh, okay. Back of the chair. You mean this guy here, right? Back? This back? Or this back? Or no, that's the front. Never mind. You mean that back. Okay. The back minus one post. Okay, erase all the back minus one post. Nope. I've yes, okay. Erase all the back minus one post? I'm super, do you mean like this? Like that? Possibly? Like this? Like that? For the shadow you were talking about, or? I don't get it. 5D chair. That's a very high def, isn't it? Oh boy, oh boy. I don't even think we have time to do the chair, but let me see if I can at least get the outline. So then the seat's kind of like here, right? Erase. So do you mean here? Huh? Oh, I'm even more lost now. Let's do this guy here. Maybe something like this. So that's the seat here, right? For our top down, and then this is our side. So the top down, we can see a little bit of the side here. Possibly like that. Okay. I feel like we are certainly going to have to do another furniture study very soon, as I need to learn how to do tables and chairs. It is important for my game. It's a cafe game where you serve customers, so very important. And chairs existing in time and gravity. All right, let's see. Delete the back of the back of the chair. 0. That hurts my head. I'm trying out here. You're not making it easy. Delete the back of the chair. Hold on. I just need the whole, just oh. Now I ask you, how am I supposed to understand? Hold on, let's just delete the back of the chair and put one post back. So many backs, go back. Delete the back of the back and the back where we do back things. I do appreciate it, though, Zero. I do know you're trying your best. Let's see. Delete the back of the... Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Hide this guy here. 1D, X2D, X and Y 3D, and YZ 4D, XYZ, and time 5D, X... Hey, Rudy, now you've also confused me. My head hurts now. Thanks a lot. Let's see. Cut off the top of the chair and add the post. Cut off the top of the chair. This guy here? Add the post? Here? Like this? Like that? Maybe? Possibly? Like this is what you mean? Maybe? Possibly? And what 6th dimension? All the dimensions. If I had to guess, possibly 0? Let me get some water. Your head is spinning. Oh boy. I'll save this. I'll copy this guy here and not recolor, erase. Okay. Erase. Oh. I mean, I've been always more of a fan of the outline, guys. You mean like this? Possibly. Cut off the top of the chair and add the post. Like that? Maybe, perhaps, perchance. But, I don't know. It's always that thing of, what do you think? But, I like the round feel, but I can also see this guy being more immersed into the world. Right? I feel like both have their place. They truly do. And I'll leave that for a second, but that should be just about it for this study, since we did partial chair. We certainly will have to come back to chair and time chair. Or time or chair. Got ya. But I think, overall, we were able to complete the whole bookcase study and make a pretty decent bookcase, if I do say so myself. Got partially in the hold on. The chair did pretty good. Now, if you would like to get in, oh, am I dying? Oh, at the end of stream too. Am I good? Am I okay? Send help. Ah, hold on. Let me try to refresh something. so nothing. I live. And remove everything from above the seat. No, you might have to explain it to me another time, Zero. I don't get what you're saying. Remove everything. Hold on. Copy, I'll try one more time. I really am trying. Remove everything from above the seat. Above the seat. Then add back one post. Nope. Nope. An avatar looking like Bobby. And my princess, here I am, dark. Welcome back. You came at the end, but you came anyway. So I do appreciate it, and welcome back. Saying that though, I was getting to was, if we go back to here really quickly, if you participated in this, oh, I'm still dying. Oh no, oh no. Okay, hold on. It does not want to participate. Hold on. Wording with the words. This is why we have backups. Backups are very important. Okay, so as I was saying, that was not the this is oh boy. And okay. So what you can do is, if you make your way on down to erisezra.com, if you're just coming here, I have on here resources for Pixelart, learning Pixelart. You can see getting started with Pixelart, so I go over programs, things of that nature. But what's important to look up here is the Discord button. So you can either click this guy up there or this guy down here to join the Discord. And going from there, if we go to Discord, hold on, where did my Discord go? Oh no. 1 second. There we are. Okay. And in Discord, if I go back to this screen here, and go to this guy here, click this guy here, and undo this guy, there we are. It should bring you to the Discord screen, and you can see here, Gus, the last to join. If you navigate your way down to our Pixelart studies with me, you can see all the previous studies we've done before, and you can post your pixel art right here, your furniture, your objects, things of that, if you participated along today, and we can take a look at it. So that's there if you'd like to do it. And Eris plus Bobby equals sad. I hope not Eris plus Bobby equals glad. And ads? Nah. Please say no to those. And where are we at? Okay. Good. I'll give you a second to, if you'd like to. And while we're waiting, actually, you know what? We'll do the ads. That way, if people want to do it, we'll do the 3 minutes to see if anyone would like to do it. But I'll give you all a chance to do it now if you'd like to. And okay, I did do that. Good. Okay, lovely. Let me go ahead and get some water. Hell yeah, water, best thing since sliced bread. And ew, ads. It is a very unfortunate thing, I can say that, but it is the thing that is the thing of. And Eris has her own bed. I don't even think the princess-sized bed and wait some. Oh, it did! I don't see the little icon anymore. Oh, that's one way to find out. And I got ads. How silly. But well, I suppose while we're waiting, I can say, going through all of these, it's always nice to see people talking about it, chatting about it, posting things here. It's lovely, and I think it's a nice way to say, all right, if you want to learn pixel art and you're not sure where to start, not sure where to go, I try to make it as approachable as possible. That's why I do the articles and link all the things to the stuff in hopes that people will get started in pixel art, because I think it's that medium that not a lot of people do, not a lot of people use, which is really unfortunate. I only heard about it about, let's see, been doing it maybe about 2 years, so maybe, well, this would be year 3 according to my gallery, but I'd say it's such an underrated medium. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. And since that's the case, it's nice to see people getting into it, especially for game dev stuff, and if you're game dev, because a lot of the times when you're making your games, you want to do everything. And there's no harm in not doing everything, but for the idea that you have and the idea that you imagine, it's nice to be able to draw it out and do the actual art. It's a nice thing of, you know what, I can do the thing, and I'm having a lot of fun doing it. I'm really glad we were able to do bookshelves, as now I can actually put a bookshelf in my game when I'm ready to. And ads are almost up, and that was oh boy. Oh me, oh my. What was I saying? Oh, objects and furnitures. I'll save this here while we're waiting. And new experience. We'll go over these guys, give people a second to do their thing, and if they want to join. It's always optional. It's always a thing of, I only recently started doing these at the end of the community, looking at people and seeing if they drew along, because I think it's fun. I think it's fun to get people active, and it's like those commercials you see and you watch where people do the exercise and it gives you a chance. Okay, you know what? I haven't done exercise today. Let me do a little bit of jumping jacks. Just a smidge so I can say I've done it. But it seems to be the case that only Logan has taken part, which is, again, a-okay. That's more of your study. We're just here for the vibes, by all means. But thank you for participating, Logan. Let me see if I can zoom on in here. This is Logan's. It's... Oh, can we zoom in more? I don't know if we can. Let me see if I can drag it into Aseprite. That might be a little bit easier. Save image. Yeah. I'll save it and then see if we can drag it. Because it looks like a royal throne, which is really nice. Let me see if I can drag and drop it into here. Yep, that works. Okay, I'll bring it back into here. This was by Logan, and it is this very fancy looking chair, and I think this is really nice. I like the details of the light and just the feel of it. It feels fancy. You have the lighting at the top feels, yeah. You know, I feel like if I had tried to draw on a front-facing top-down, it'd be a lot easier. And you got a fancy ref, though? You thought you'd give it a shot? Yeah, I got the fancy feel right away. Maybe it was because of the gold. Thank you again. This is really nice. Very neat. Saying that, you're bringing into this now that I'm not dying. Tomorrow, and let me go ahead and hide this guy as well. Tomorrow we'll be doing, I'll be working on my game. It'll be programming, or I'm working on it's a rhythm typing cafe game. So I'll be working on the rhythm aspects and trying to figure out how to do rhythm and cool hair. That cat is so silly. Cool chair. Oh boy. So tomorrow we'll be programming, and I believe next week, let me double check. Okay, we're good. So next week we'll do a color study. We'll try to look at colors. We'll try to make our own color array like we saw with, let me bring it back to this guy just for a quick reference. We're gonna try to create something like this in 4 hours and see if we can do something coloring of this nature and see if we can create our own palettes. That'll be a lot of fun. And nice chair, looks good on your head. Chair on head. Saying that though, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. We'll see if we can raid someone and see how that goes. But thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. I hope you all have a lovely tomorrow, lovely if you celebrate it or not. And that'll be fun, whatever it is. And lovely day, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope to see you all soon, all right? See you all very soon. YouTube, Dark, where are your manners, all right? We need some manners around here.